Everybody, welcome to the first roundtable of the day. The topic is financial markets development. I'm sitting at this slightly strange angle in the hope that I'm speaking into the microphone. If during the course of the debate today people can't hear any of the speakers, please immediately or put your hand up so we can try to talk into the microphones. I know it can be a topic. As mentioned, the panel is on, or the round table, should I say, is on financial market development means and tools. And it is a round table, and that means discussion and interaction is the name of the game. So if people in the audience have questions or points that they would like to add at any point, please feel free to raise your hand, and I think a microphone would be given to you. I will introduce the distinguished speakers and then we'll jump straight into the topics of discussion. To my left we have Mr. Hamraev, who I think everyone knows here, who's the Deputy Chairman of the Central Bank of Uzbekistan, responsible for monetary policy operations and research. To my right, George Parishvili, CEO of the Republican Stock Exchange of Uzbekistan since the summer of this year. Then we have Mr. Ilyas Skamnelos, who is a practice manager at the World Bank. Practice manager at the World Bank and an expert on financial market development. Then we have Axel Van Niederveen, who's Managing Director and Treasurer of the EBRD and also has significant private sector financial markets experience too. Then we have Jonathan Grosner, who is Deputy Treasurer of the Asian Development Bank with a real expertise also in local currency markets and significant private sector experience as well. We have Karim Haji, who is the CIO of the specialist frontier market investor Dan Ross, which has got significant experience in investing in frontier as well as broader markets on the equities and fixed income side. Then we have Greg Zawada, who is Managing Director at PKO Bank Polski, with significant financial market experience on the brokerage side and security side too. Let me look around the panel if I've missed anyone. I think everyone I've got. In addition, as mentioned, it is a round table, and what that means is that there is also a significant number of policymakers and officials in what's called the first row, who may jump in at certain points in time with specific policy comments. And in the first row, I'll just name a few of the people who should be here, although I didn't check if they are. They include Deputy Finance Minister Mr. Isakov. I'm not sure if is here, and there are also members of various government agencies too. With that, I will kick off because we have a lot of topics to discuss. And in that context, I would remind the panelists to please try to keep your comments within a 2 to 3 minute time frame. I'll start with Mr. Hamraev, Deputy Chairman of the Central Bank. And the first topic relates to banking sector transformation. Deputy Governor, could you provide a brief overview of the state of banking transformation so far, specifically in the context of how that aids financial markets development?
Thank you very much. First of all, good morning, and thank you very much for coming to today's our discussion, because it's very important for Uzbek economy. This transformation issue is main topic of our reforming agenda in Uzbekistan. There are several reasons. First of all, as you know, the role of state owners, share of state owners banks is very huge. In our case, it was 85% end of 2021. Right now, it decreased up to 80%, but still huge. Also, for the developing of Uzbek economy, is the role of effective financial intermediaries very important. That's why government started transformation commercial banking system 2020 with adopted president decree for developing strategy of banking system 2020-2025. Why we started 2020? Because it was peak of pandemic. This is, we understand, without transforming, without changing of financial system, it's, first of all, it's costly for government, keeping the high share of state-owned banks. For the development, the reach of our goal, like increasing of GDP per capita up to 4,000, it's very necessary role of commercial banks. Transformation is going with two stages. First stage is transforming banking attitude together with international financial institutes. That's why we attract many financial institutes like EBRD, IFC, and ADB in charge to how could we transform each banks, every bank. And for example, IFC engaged in the transformation process of Ipoteka to Rom Bank and PCB Bank, Promstroy Bank. EBRD is working as and Alaka and Sanoat Kurulush Bank. And ADB is consultants taking part in transformation process, Agra Bank, Shlap Kurulush Bank, and Alaka Bank and Promstroy Bank. This is such kind of process. Together with international organizations, we should prepare for the privatization of these banks. Second stage, as I said, is privatization. Of course, main goal of government for privatizing commercial banks is not so money. Of course, money is good, but we would like attract more technology, more international approach of banking system. That's why we try to sell small banks and big banks with financial institutions who has which good reputation in the international market. So this work is going. So far, all state-owned banks have already done the due diligence process and already formulate long-term transformation roadmap for each bank. And together with transformation, we already started privatization process also. As you know, we planned this year to sell at least 2-3 small banks and one of the middle big bank. But due to the current condition, this plan is not yet realized, but I am sure next year in 2024, of course, we will continue this process because we already confirmed it. We should continue privatization. And current condition, I think it depends of cases. I think Uzbek privatization program, Uzbek privatization steps will successful in the coming years. Also, we would like start IPO with, if we could not sell whole bank with only 1 or 2 investors, we try to go to IPO. We are planning at least 6 of medium commercial banks started issued equity to the market from next year.
Thank you very much indeed. I have a question now directly to Ilyas from the World Bank. It's a two-part question. The first part is, can financial market development in a significant sense occur without banking transformation? And then the second one's a bit more practical. What are the key steps within banking sector transformation, following up on what Mr. Hamraev just said, which would make sense in your experience next in Uzbekistan?
Thank you, Martin. Both very good questions. Let's take the first one. I mean, we have to be realistic, right? The banking sector itself accounts for something like 97% of the whole financial system. And the state-owned banks capture about 80 or 85% of the assets. So it's really the elephant in the room. We have to be frank about that. And the World Bank has been a partner also helping with the 2020 strategy that is looking both on the transformation and the prioritization of these state-owned commercial banks. But we have to be realistic as well. The truth is that this is an external environment that might not be as conducive as we would have liked for these privatizations, right? For those that were at the annual meetings of the World Bank and the IMF, there was a little bit of gloom and doom. We all heard, about the consecutive crises that we have been facing. And we do have this confluence of geopolitical, financial, and economic constraints that perhaps with the addition of some deleveraging from some of the banks, since even going back to the global financial crisis, you can argue makes the environment very, very difficult. So that begs the question, what do you do as a government, right? That you really have set this goal 2 years ago to privatize. And I would summarize it by simply saying, don't get distracted. The goal remains the same. The goal remains the privatization of some of these state-owned commercial banks, and you have to be ready for the time when investors might be ready to come in. And how do you do that? You need to stick to the original plan, right? And there are a few areas that you can be working on even right now to achieve that goal. You have to pay a lot of attention on corporate governance and risk management in these institutions. You need to clean up the balance sheets. You need to reduce dependency on state funding. And you also need to increase the capacity overall in the sector, right? And the way to go about it, in my opinion, builds on 3 things. The first one is really strengthen the ownership authority of the Ministry of Finance with regards to the state-owned commercial banks. They really need to be able to appoint the board members. The CEOs need to be appointed by these boards, not from somewhere else. They need to be able to engage in setting these strategic transformational plans for the state-owned commercial banks, and also monitor the KPIs towards their transformation. So that's point number 1, Ministry of Finance as the ownership authority. Point number 2 is you need to free them from state intervention. And that's not an easy one, let's be frank, because I can see the concerns about it that, they do play a role in the development right now. But we have to also recognize that some other banks will remain under state ownership. There are also plans about a development bank, and they can play that developmental role. And for those that are to be privatized, you have to ensure that somehow you carve out perhaps the exposure to state-owned enterprises. You have to think a little bit about how do you remove these state intervention programs that exist so that you clean them up and make them more attractive for when the investors will really be interested to come in. Okay, so point number 1 was the Ministry of Finance. Point number 2 was exactly, or how do you free them from state intervention, which brings me to point number 3, which is taking a step back and saying, all right, so what are we trying to achieve? If we're trying to achieve that we have eventually privatized commercial banks that contribute to financial intermediation and are not a risk to financial stability, you need to make sure that the gatekeeper into the ownership of this, the central bank, is strong and independent, right? And when they perform the licensing, regulation, and supervision of the sector, they are actually making sure that the new ownership is not ownership that you would not like to see in Uzbekistan, but it's ownership that would really contribute to the development of the sector. And I think since it's been a couple of years since the time of the 2020 strategy, I think it would also make a lot of sense that we see some reconfirmation from the authorities that they stand behind the original objectives and that they stand behind taking these difficult reforms that will make the state-owned commercial banks attractive to investors, right? Perhaps that would imply a position paper by the Ministry of Finance, some other means, but I think it's time that we also see this reconfirmation coming in from the government. Let me leave it at that, Martin.
Thank you very much. Indeed, some very, very clear points there. I would turn to George Barishvili, CEO of the Uzbek Stock Exchange. How can the equity market and the stock exchange contribute in the banking transformation process?
Equity market, if you are specifically asking about it, can play a crucial role in the sense that it can help local corporate sector to deleverage. I mean, many companies in Uzbekistan are highly leveraged because they did not have access to any alternative financing means. The only financing they could receive was from banks, and there is a certain point after which they can no longer borrow. They are just not bankable anymore. And there is only one way out, or actually two ways out. Either you deleverage your balance sheet, effectively start reducing your loan portfolio, otherwise you will hit the capital requirement ceiling, or you just issue equity. You increase your equity, you reduce your leverage, your ratios look good, then basically you can borrow more. And that effectively affects the banking sector, because banking sector is also wary of the situation. They know that the sector is, corporate sector is highly leveraged. They are, not so willing to lend anymore, and there are obviously negative implications because then they cannot generate interest income, fee income, etc. So it leads to a whole set of other problems. So once the leverage in the corporate sector goes down, then obviously banks will be able to lend more, and they have more choice effectively.
Thank you very much. And the final question on the banking transformation topic, although I think a lot of discussion will always revolve back around to this, but the final question I'll ask to Greg. In your experience in Poland in particular and emerging Europe in the last sort of decades, how important was the transformation of the banking sector to financial market development, for example, in the case of Poland?
Assalamu alaikum, good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation to this round table. It's really a privilege to be here and share some experiences that I've accumulated over the years, both in Poland and in Uzbekistan, because I'm actually serving on the supervisory board of Turon Bank, which was kindly mentioned by Mr. Hamzaev, and is a good example of the steps we're taking towards privatization and transformation of the bank, precisely along the lines which Ilyas was mentioning earlier before. But straight to your question, yes, definitely banks are at the core of the economy, of the economic development in any country in the world, I believe, and clearly there is a role for Uzbek banks here as well. The only difficulty that there is in growing the banking sector versus the capital market, that there seems to be a crowding out effect quite often, that the banks are actually pushing out the capital market. So that's what's been observed, particularly in Europe, in Poland as well, is that a lot of capital market financing is actually taken over by the banks. with the over-leveraged corporate sector, as was kindly mentioned, maybe this is less of a risk, but it is a phenomenon that is quite visible in, for example, in Poland, where the banking sector also is like 90% of the financial market, and clearly banks are dominating the financial market.
Thank you very much. The next topic moves along the financial market development road a little bit, and it's related to the local domestic investor base and the role that plays in the financial market development process. The first question I'll ask to Axel, from a big, this touches a bit on banks as well, from a big picture perspective, before we talk about specific domestic investor sectors, from a big picture perspective, what role does the sort of monetary policy context or backdrop play for the development of the local investor base?
Where can we start or where do we stop? Indirectly, basically, I think we are very much focused always on developing, therefore, the capacity in local currency. Local currency market development is probably the core of what it is you do. Now, the starting point, of course, is what the central bank is implementing. They're on the the inflation targeting roadmap. They're in the process of doing it, because it's very important that effectively the interest rate channel needs to work. And it needs to, and people need to understand basically how also interest rate formation happens. Now, therefore, the key is understanding what the reaction function of the central bank will be to macroeconomic shocks. And on the back of that, people can then start to form a view as to what the right sort of fixed interest rate is. The next step that, of course, you want to have happen is that effectively there is a transparent benchmark. So one of the things, I think Eusonia has just been introduced over the summer by the central bank as the overnight reference rate. Now, one of the problems that basically in Uzbekistan is still the case, that effectively the effective turnover in the interbank market is too low. And that's driven by, let's call it, some of the conflicts between, let's call them macroprudential rules or the implementation of Basel III, i.e. therefore LCR, NSFR, which basically can hamper the ability for the banks to actually transact with each other, because effectively it has a negative impact on their so-called balance sheet positions. Now, the key, therefore, and I think Poland is not the exception. Let's say for me in Europe, all financial markets are basically bank dominated. That's just the way Europe is set up as a financial system. And one of the big debates even within the EBRD always was, does it really matter whether basically how financing happens, whether it is through a capital market or through a banking system? There's just two different forms of getting financial intermediation. If there is no domestic institutional investor base, you're better off building out the power and the strength that's within your banking system, rather than hoping and waiting that a foreigner now and again will come in. Yeah, you need to be able to rely on your own resources and your own frameworks. Therefore, building out your banking system and getting them well equipped is absolutely important. And I think Elias sort of mentioned the point that I think it's not just that the banking sector is so dominant, that is the elephant in the room. For me, it is the directed lending. Therefore, you can't get the market interest rate channel to work if effectively a large percentage of lending basically is done at rates that have got nothing to do with what the monetary policy framework says that needs to be done. So there's, it is building the right macroeconomic framework and that stability in the framework that is the key. And the second key is then the way I look at getting banks prepared for privatization is equip them with the capacity to actually to manage their balance sheets in an active manner. So that's a different part that I certainly wouldn't underestimate, because there's a lot of knowledge transfer that's necessary. And I may well just stop there.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important set of big picture points when it comes to the development of the financial markets and the local investor base. I'd like to follow up with Karim in terms of topics related to domestic investor base development. a little bit in the context of Axel said, but also in a broader view from your experience in frontier markets.
Thank you, Martin. I'm very happy to be in Samarkand, first time, and I was actually introduced to Uzbekistan last year when I was invited by good friends at TBC Bank, who's doing great work to improve credit access for the people. And I think Dunros as a single family office is more akin to the local investor. We are a small player in a big market. And Uzbekistan, obviously, as everyone touched upon here, is at the crossroads of privatizing its economy and developing the capital markets. And I would like to draw a parallel to Sweden. In the late 70s, I'm born and brought up in Sweden, and although I was young at that time, this reform, I think, has great relevance to where Uzbekistan is now. Sweden at that time was also at the juncture of either going towards the more command socialistic economy or liberalizing the economy. And the reform that was introduced, which I guess the heart of the reform rests in what the great investor Charles Munger, Warren Buffett's partner, said: show me the incentives and I'll show you the results. And the reform, very simple but fairly straightforward, is allowing Swedish investors at that time to invest in the equity market tax-free. Essentially, they could deduct their investment, which was probably capped at $2,000–3,000 US. And you have to remember, in those days, the tax code in Sweden was very punitive, a marginal tax rate of 90%. So essentially, it was a great opportunity for the small investor to participate at an early stage. And I think the results speaks for itself. I think we have about 2.4 million shareholders in Sweden, of which 2.1 million are actually individual investors, the small investors. And of that, 60% are men, 40% are women, and the women participation is growing very fast as of recently, which is very interesting, and I guess it's dominated by the 50 to 60-year-old age class, given that they have the capacity to invest in the capital markets. But I think this is a way not only to offer the opportunity, but to bridge capital markets with the people and the Uzbek people. So in some way, seek inspiration from this reform and make an own rendition in an Uzbek context, I think would be a big benefit for the country in liberalizing its economy. So that's something I urge and call upon the policymakers of Uzbekistan to look at this and seek inspiration. I think this could be a catalyst to involve the people and bridge the liberalization with the greater population of Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to continue on the local investor based topic and ask Jonathan a question. This is a little bit off script, but I think it fits in quite well here. What are your thoughts on the importance of the development of the local bond, the domestic government bond market for the development of the sort of domestic investor base and financial market development in Uzbekistan, taking into account your regional experience?
Thank you, Martin, and good morning, everybody, and thank you very much to the government of Uzbekistan for the kind invitation to this stimulating and splendid forum. Investors are absolutely critical to the work we do in ADB Treasury. We have a borrowing program of about $35 billion a year, so we scour the globe for investors, issue in all different currencies, and we go local as well as international. Let's pay attention a little bit also to the investor segments that we need to keep in mind when we're developing a capital market. So right next to me on my right, we've got the central bank, and central banks are actually key investors to supranational AAA rated bonds in their reserves management. But we also have sovereign wealth funds, asset managers, pension funds, insurance companies, and of course the banks. And this is the same for a domestic market as it is for an international market. And it's important to be inclusive for all these investor segments because they prioritize different parts of the yield curve. If we look at the commercial banking sector, they're most comfortable with maturities out to about 3 years. So that's very nice. You can finance your banking loans and this sort of thing with those kind of financings. But what about infrastructure finance, which is also at the heart of the economic reforms in Uzbekistan? Well, there we really need to access longer-term finance, and not only from the bond market, but also from the derivatives market, which of course is probably a topic we'll come back to. So we pay great attention to that. It's also important, I think, to think about the IPO mention that we had from Deputy Chairman Bejod as an option for the privatization purpose. Of course, I've gone on to equity here away from debt, but I'd actually like to see also as well as Karim, I'd like to see the inclusiveness of that IPO process, because if you're going to sell off the family silver, you better start by selling it to the family. And this actually fits with, I noted it down, but it's not on the screen today. We had in front of us yesterday people at the heart of economic reforms. So this is a message which really resonates. And of course, politically, you will never be unpopular if you sell your state assets to the population. If you just sell them to the foreign investors, then it's not so inclusive. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much. Indeed. So I think on that topic, I'll go back to George in terms of the potential for privatization within Uzbekistan to number one, have an inclusive aspect to it, and number two, how that will impact the development of the local investor base via the equity market here in Uzbekistan.
If you talk about inclusiveness, of course, we would love to see as many retail investors. It's good? All right. Yeah. I think we need to see as many retail investors as possible participating in those IPOs. That is going to make them so-called people's IPOs. And we have seen some examples in Russia, for example, when VTB was floated. It was dubbed as, a people's IPO. And of course, we need to increase financial literacy in the population. And for that, some educational programs will be probably necessary. And for example, in Kazakhstan, they are now preparing this IPO of Kazmunaygaz, and now, they are going all over the cities in Kazakhstan and meeting with people, like in villages, in cities, and explaining what this IPO is about and trying to make it as popular as possible. Although I have to warn that there is also a risk with that if that IPO is not so successful, if the price of the stock goes down after the IPO, it will have a very negative publicity. And this has happened, for example, with VTB Bank in Russia. It was sold basically all over Russia, from Siberia to Western Russia. And then after a few months, the stock went down and people were left really disappointed. So again, I think it's a double-edged sword, if you will. If it's popular, it's going to have a great effect, because then the next IPO will be even more popular. The next one will be even more popular. So it will be like a snowballing effect, but it can also backfire. And I think the best way to ensure that this so-called people's IPO is popular is to be very careful with the pricing of the IPO. So if I were the policymaker, and it's not my call, it's other people's call who are the shareholders of these large companies, but I would rather price this IPO at a lower end of the range than at the higher end, because there is a better chance of this IPO performing well if you price it a little bit cheaper. Yeah, you may not get as much money from the IPO as you maybe hoped for, but it will have a much more much bigger positive effect in terms of inclusiveness and in terms of popularity.
Thank you. I'd like to pick up on this topic of domestic investor-based development with Ilyas. Very briefly at the beginning, if you want to add anything on the inclusiveness topic, but then in addition, on the development of the domestic government bond market and the role that that can play in deepening the financial markets.
Thanks, Martin. Look, maybe starting a little bit with state divestment using a public offering, right? I mean, we have to be careful on that point. It might be appropriate in some cases, but we have to be, as you rightly pointed out, very aware of the risks as well. There's a very good chance that the price we might see would be low because of this lack of control premium, in a way. And in addition, the state will remain the controlling shareholder. So if we're talking about the governance and making changes that will eventually lead these state-owned commercial banks to be active players as financial intermediaries, we would want to be careful. The other problem is that when you have these multiple minority shareholders, if something goes wrong, the expectation might be there of a bailout. And there is a significant potential fiscal cost if there is a failure of the bank. So it might be appropriate in some cases, but we also need to be aware of the risks that come when we think about public offerings. Now on the bigger point that you raise about investor base, right? To put it again into perspective, non-bank financial intermediaries are approximately 3% of GDP, okay? The insurance corporations are something like 1.6% of the total financial sector assets. And the state pension system is a pay-as-you-go. So we have to be realistic about what we're talking about here. And we need to think about how do we face this. And I think, as it has rightly been pointed out, you have to start with the bond market development, right? And there, reform started only recently, so we need to give it a little bit of time. You cannot expect things that will happen overnight. I mean, the government issuance of government debt restarted only, what, a few years ago. And probably what we need to focus on is this gradual issuance of benchmark securities. We have to do the auctions so that they reflect market rates a little bit more realistically. And it's very important to also enhance the communication with the market participants, right? As 3 core areas to get this started. And this initial phase obviously has to start with the money market, the primary market, some basic market infrastructure, and then we can start thinking about what comes next, phase 2. But we have to be realistic and do it slowly to also avoid risks that might build up by trying to run sometimes with these reforms.
Thank you very much. Final question on the domestic investor-based topic is to Greg. We were discussing earlier that in many emerging markets that the domestic investor base is pretty slim and narrow, and certainly within Raiffeisen Bank International in our sort of network, there are some markets which have much smaller domestic investor bases and others which have bigger ones. And a good example of a relatively broad domestic investor base is in Poland. Can you provide a little bit of context on what you think were the key factors which supported the development of this investor base, domestic investor base in Poland over the last 30 years?
Sure, thank you very much for this question. Yes, Poland is a particularly strong example of retail participation in particularly the equity market, less so in the fixed income market. There has been various programs run throughout the years, and I've been part of most of them in one form or the other, to attract investors to the market. The ongoing process of education, as was rightly pointed by George, has been happening throughout the whole time. However, I think that the voluntary participation of retail in the equity market is somewhat ineffective. Education is pretty much not enough. There has to be a way of actually benefiting in the monetary terms from IPOs, from privatizations. Well, let me just give you a couple of examples of what was done in practice to attract retail investors. The first attempt was the mass privatizations. So all the people in the country were given shares. It turned out to be highly ineffective. The wealth was concentrated in a few hands, and basically people sold out from those shares as soon as they could. So the effect of long-term shareholder, stable shareholder participation of retail was not achieved. The second one was during privatization, a certain percentage of shares was given to employees, so-called as ESOPs, as the English term would call it. It was more effective, people would stay longer, but still they would rather divest as soon as the price was right. So those were the two types of programs that were, in my opinion, rather ineffective. The third one was something that, again, George described as attracting retail to big privatization. It was called the civic shareholders or civic ownership of shares in privatized companies. It was big campaigns promoting privatizations, but also offering discounts on IPO prices to retail investors. So if you're domestic retail investors, you would get a 15% discount or 10% discount on the IPO pricing. It's a concept that sort of solves the problem of pricing the company at a too high level for the retail. So this was another one. But all those, I would call them voluntary incentives, were moderately effective. What was mostly effective was something that Ilyas described, to institutionalize retail savings through the pension system, through the long-term savings incentive. And this was not so much voluntary, but I would call it semi-voluntary. It was the employers would contribute a portion of a salary to a pension account of an individual, building long-term savings. These don't have to be, of course, pension savings, but I agree, pay-as-you-go systems, we have a lot of problems with those systems in Europe and not only in Europe. So building an institutionalized institutionalized investor base domestically would be the most practical and most successful attempt. So that's directly answer to your question. But I'd like to refer to one comment from Ilyas, which I would disagree with, the privatization through IPO. The privatization through IPO is probably the most transparent process, and you can actually combine the two. You can have a strategic investor and you can have a listed company. This is, again, example from my home country. Most banks, if not all of them, were privatized through a combination of strategic investor and an IPO. This gives an additional overlayer of supervision to the bank, because there is the owner, there is obviously the central bank and the regulator, but there is also a public eye, the public market that looks at what is going on in the bank. So I would actually strongly advise, if I may, to privatize as much as you can through IPO. That builds a local stock exchange, that builds the local capabilities, expertise in capital markets, and that helps the people to participate in crown jewels, which is not possible if you privatize them through a direct sale to a strategic investor. And banking sector in Poland is a good example. The Citibank, for example, owns one of the banks in the country. They have 75%, and they wanted to buy out the rest. And they were not allowed by the regulator. The regulator said, no, we want this bank listed with a 25% free float, but there is the extra oversight that the public has over what's going on in the bank and that's the strategy. So I'm sorry to disagree, but I think that makes the panel more colorful. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. It's always good to have a little bit of discussion, genuine discussion on the round table, and in that context, I'll hand over to Mr. Hamreev.
First of all, thank you very much for the speakers to touch of Uzbek reforms and banking system reforms. Of course, we understand it's like only one way or to do something and remain others is well not successful. We are developing everything with conference side. For example, I agree with Jonathan's point of view about local money, local savings, and local people's money. Because saving deposits last year increased 1.5 times household deposit last year, and during 9 months of 2022, it 1.6 or something. And we have local resources, but we should make good platform and infrastructure to attract this money. The recapitalization and the privatization process is very important for financial intermediation. Also, I would like to say conditions for internal investor and external investor should be same. There are any price should be formulated in market base. Then everyone could get on risk and will participate process, and everyone will carry out about the future plans. Also, I would like to comment about direct loans issue because it was with our headache several years ago. It's 2019, the share of direct loans, it was around 50%. Right now, it step by step decreased it around 25–24%. We see very good improvement from this side because commercial loans share is increased. Right now, in the 1st of October, outstanding loans around $35 billion. Our GDP around $80 billion. It's a very huge portfolio. And that's why we would like further transforming in the commercial banks. Also about the right of minority shareholders, because we are working, I can say we are working very comprehensive because we are developing together with Minister of Finance new law, capital market law. This law is together with IFC and other international organizations. This law will guarantee all rights of all shareholders, and I think this is this kind of our activities should be very transparent and very international based, and all of them should be market based. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And as mentioned, this is a genuine roundtable. And in this respect, I'd like to invite Deputy Finance Minister Izakov to comment on some of these topics just raised.
Can I sit or can I stand? Let me stand anyway. So, thank you so much. Very thought-provoking discussion, to be honest, and thank you all for sharing your open views. My just a very quick comment on the IPO, and we are trying to use the Poland method, Grzegorz. I know how successful Poland has been in 90s, 2000s, in terms of partially selling the stakes of state-owned enterprises gradually and developing market at the same time. We have 23 entities, among which blue chips, majority of them are blue chip large entities. And in fact, after this panel, we have 4 IPO pioneers. So Uzavto is one, and they've already launched the marketing process. Another one is Uzmed Kombinat, Qishloq Qurilish Bank, Khalq Bank, you heard, and Uzbek Neftigaz. They will do their presentations, and I think they will also advisors who are assisting them in local market placements. They will tell you the strategy. One which will also very much focus on retail. So we just, you know, I heard a lot from Jonathan, from you, and from others in this panel about inclusion in this process. And I think with the right marketing strategy, I will let them talk about their marketing strategy. Please do question them as much as you like if you attend, how they attract the money. But we also need to be aware of the scale of savings people have, right? Still, we are a $2,000 GDP per capita country. Of course, people say, yes, there are other cash savings that people have. Some quote $10 billion, $15 billion, maybe. But in any country, emerging or advanced, people have cash savings. Yes, they do. And they, it doesn't have to be in part of, I mean, we all want this to be in financial markets, but it's not going to happen. So let's be open and honest about that. I don't think we may attract some part of that savings into capital markets through IPOs or through other means. However, we will not be able to attract all of it to financial markets. So we need to be realistic and open and honest. Deputy Chairman mentioned about 5-fold increase in deposits. That already is capturing to some extent some of the deposits and income of the people increasing, and that is also sort of being captured by the financial system. That's very good development, and we should keep continuing on that. Going back to, again, our IPO program, of the 23 companies which are going this year, next year, the following years, we will be focusing on, first on the domestic market. Yeah? Domestic market, our strategy is offering ability for everybody in Uzbekistan to buy these shares, everybody. So there's no such thing as, you know, you can buy, you cannot buy. So that's why retail is important, as well as institutional. But the reason I made the point of lower savings, potentially, we may not be able to sell 10%, 20% of these companies in one go. Even if you sell smaller amount, so our sale, how much we sell, depends on the demand that we can attract, including from foreign investors. So we will size it to the demand, not like we sell 10% at any price. We sell at the right price, and the size will be based on the demand. And then for some, not all of them, we will think about international IPOs. But that will, of course, take time, as you all know, and this will hopefully also start attracting fresh money to domestic capital markets, because IPOs and international sales will bring investors to domestic market. And I think, Martin, you have, I guess, international investor part of the panel as well. I'm not going to spoil the your flow of discussion here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that was a perfect segue into the second section, but Greg wants to say something before this.
If I can reply to Adilbek, because I agree, I totally agree. I understand the issue of the limited capacity of the domestic investor base, and that's why I mentioned some of the programs which are offering perhaps shares for free to the population. I would strongly encourage to consider that, given the state of development of the economy and the amount of savings. I agree that the growing deposits not necessarily will be converted into capital market funding or capital market assets. That's been the experience in other countries as well. But I would then consider the privatization bonus for the population in terms of shares for free. They wouldn't be part of the price discovery mechanism for sure. The price discovery would happen on the institutional side, but given the fact that we want to enable the population to grow their savings and benefit from the domestic assets, I would strongly advise considering that, with some limitation maybe on the sale. Maybe given a program like, if you keep the shares for 3 years, then after 3 years you can sell them, but not before. I mean, this details to be hammered out, but I would strongly advise in this direction. And one thing I would advise not to do, not to be overly excited about dual listings or selling companies to international markets. We had a discussion with Karim before the panel on that. The best way to grow domestic market is to keep your crown jewels locally. I know it sounds tempting, and I had this discussion in Saudi Arabia a few years ago about Aramco. Aramco is the biggest oil company globally, and obviously the Saudis wanted to consider an IPO in wherever, New York. I don't want to advertise any other centers, but they decided to go local just because this is a good tool. If your best assets are listed locally, then you're kind of forcing foreign investor, and we have an investor here who actually agrees with me, I hope, to do it locally. Even though the investors will be foreign, the asset would be listed domestically. So, sorry, that's all for me.
Thank you very much. In the interest of time, we'll move on now to the sort of second part, which relates to opening up to non-residents. We've got around 20 minutes left. Before that, we have one comment or question from the audience. If a microphone can be provided to the gentleman with the green tie.
Hello, my name is Irakli Elashvili. I'm a FMO nominee on the nominee member on the supervisory board of Hamkor Bank in Uzbekistan. I have two questions, if I may. First is to George Parisishvili. Obviously, privatization, one of the routes of privatizing companies is through the local IPO. What is the infrastructure readiness of the IPO in terms of the link with international investors? Either via Clearstream or Euroclear, I mean mainly infrastructure related to global custodians. Can international investors hold equity or fixed income on the local stock exchange? That's one question. The second question relates is to Mr. Hamraev. Obviously, one of the products, attractive products for the banks to attract capital is additional tier 1 capital. These are perpetual bonds, equity-like instruments, which can bring in capital, either local or international, without diluting the existing shareholders. There's a market for this, but as far as I'm aware, the local legislation does not allow additional tier 1 instruments, which is also one of very popular instruments globally, and also under Basel III, this is one of the instruments that can be a tool that can be used to test some of the banks' international investor appetite, if you will, either on the local market or internationally. What is the plan of the central bank in relation to allowing this product for local banks? Thank you.
Do you want to start, George?
Sure. Thank you for the question. To give you a straight answer, Clearstream or Euroclear are not present in Uzbekistan yet, and we know that we need to bring them in because that's going to open the door for many, many investors worldwide to local Uzbek market. As we learned from experience, in many frontier markets, investors usually have less of a problem with buying security, but more of a problem with holding them after they buy. Where they hold them, where those securities settle and where they're kept safely, that's a crucial thing for global foreign investors. And big ICSDs like Clearstream or Euroclear, they play a very important role in that aspect. Also, let's not forget that there are some global custodians who can provide similar services. I'm talking about names like Bank of New York Mellon, State Street, Citi. Those banks, when they enter a market, they again give access to many, many investors they have globally to that particular local market. Just to sort of finish on this topic, I'll just let the audience know that we are already working with Clearstream. The Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank visited Clearstream in May in Luxembourg. Later on, I had an opportunity to meet with them as well in September. So it's a work in progress. It's going to take some time because it's not so easy to do. The infrastructure has to be ready. The legislation needs to be supportive of nominee ownership, etc. But like I said, we are working on it, and hopefully in a year or maybe year and a half, we will have this milestone achieved.
Thank you. Mr. Hamraev.
Thank you very much for your question. Actually, we have changed our regulated framework to we work together with World Bank and from case by case to risk-oriented approach. So this is related with international approach to calculate of risk. We will think if it's allowed, we'll discuss our partners. If it's any chance, we should recognize how much risk is this operation. Why not? We will think. Thank you.
Thank you. where in the last 15, so one question over there.
Thank you. My name is Armen Nuhi, Federation of Euro-Asian Stock Exchanges Deputy Secretary General. My question is about retail investors, and let's concentrate on education, so financial education, because we are always in all discussions, in all roundtables, everywhere, we are talking about institutional levels, we are talking about system, but we are forgetting that through this system we need to pass the retail investor, and they need to be educated, first of all, because when we are doing marketing about IPOs, our final destination is to have educated retail to go through this marketing and to consume this marketing through their education. So my question is, what institution is in charge of financial education in Uzbekistan? For example, in Armenia, it is Central Bank. So my question is to the Deputy Governor, is it the same structure here, and what are the tools that you are using for financial education? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Of course, it's a very important issue, financial literacy. We are in charge together with, we adopted together with Mr. Finance, financial literacy strategy last year, if I am not missed, but this issue very important for central bank. We try to, through our media channel, social channels, try to teach for people, not only in the capital market, but cyber security issues, others very important. But you see, you know, it's like this. You're providing education, some materials could publish in some videos, but you could not check how's the result, how much increase or decrease the level of literacy level in the population. So I don't like, but this kind of things we could check when the risk will appear. So I hope our today's work will good fruit, and people will participate, people will get, because if it's not condition, if it's not necessary, it's like wine, nothing. But we try to teach of people, and I hope our all effort will good result. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan and then Karim had follow-ups.
Thank you, Martin. I'd just like to say that I think that the tools which are available for financial market education these days have evolved very considerably from the days of Poland's privatization, Sweden's, the UK, Spain, anywhere else. And to be honest, it's one of the most important tools is sitting in everybody's pocket in this room, and that's your phone. And you can actually manage these privatizations and government bond sales and all sorts of other kinds of financial market intermediation through apps on your phone. Let me give you an example. Last week in Singapore, we held ADB's annual Foreign Exchange Reserves Management Forum for central banks. And of course, we had a participant from the Central Bank of Uzbekistan. But it was the presentation by the Deputy Treasurer of the Philippines which really caught my eye. They've completed 46% of their annual borrowing program in the domestic government bond market through retail. 46% this year, which is an enormous number. And on top of that, they've also sold retail bonds in dollars to the Philippine population. And this has an impact on the yield curve. It tends to be sticky money, and technology is at the heart then of financial education. Thank you.
Thank you. And very quickly, Karim.
Thank you. I'd just like to pivot back to my earlier comment on the Swedish reform, because out of that we had the birth of the Swedish Shareholders Association, and actually it's the largest member-funded organization in Sweden and has about 70,000 members as of today. And it's a very interesting organization that allows for education and discussion groups and also protection of the minority shareholders' interest. And I guess in this context with Uzbekistan privatizing large state-owned companies, it becomes a balancing factor. And when you spread the knowledge and the wealth across the population, I think we also have to put trust in the Uzbek people that they will have keen interest to educate themselves and learn about capital markets and add other asset classes to the savings and to bring about prosperity. Thank you.
If I may, one comment about the education concerning about how to measure it. I have one advice today. Go home and ask your children, what do they know about this sphere? What do they know about their mothers and fathers' work? Do they know what they are doing? And this is the first step of to measure how they are educated. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer from my daughter's perspective. She's quite good at quoting spot foreign exchange in many currencies, so she has financial literacy. On this topic, we've done quite well on the roundtable discussion topic, which means we're doing a little bit more poorly on time management. We've got 6 minutes left. That means please keep your responses very, very short. Capital account liberalisation. Mr. Hamraev, in as short a period as possible, what are the key steps which have been taken and what's ahead?
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very good question because, as you know, we started 2017 liberalization FX markets, still developing, improving the infrastructure, others. Next step is capital liberalization. But we learn international practice, international experience, and capital liberalization has strengths side and weaknesses side. It's very difficult to find the right balance. How could we ensure very safe liberalization without create new risk for macroeconomic and financial stability? So in our approach is success of capital liberalization depends on many factors, such as plans should be gradual and condition-based. There is a time-bound approach. So that's why we started to, first stage, we start to open for non-residents government security market and capital market. Step by step, we will open other elements of capital liberalization for residents also. So first stage, already EBRD and some of investors 2 days ago, they bought 300 billion sum government bond from our primary market. So it's all started. We are working together with Minister of Finance, preparing right infrastructure together with our partners, Raiffeisen and Eurostream. So welcome to bond market. Next step is equity market.
Thank you. Jonathan, very quickly, in terms of capital movement liberalization, do you have a sort of a good example in the countries you cover of what the sweet spot could be in terms of pace of liberalization?
Absolutely. Actually, more than one example. I'll give you a little bit of a spectrum of the directions of travel which are available. So in the more mature developing countries, and I talk about India or China, we'll have a full regulatory platform and quite an onerous approach to actually issuing in those domestic capital markets. And that's right, because those markets are mature, and therefore there should be no special incentives for inclusivity of international organizations or any other issuers. But then we look at, for example, Georgia. So in Georgia, there's been some very specific initiatives to make the bond issues of IFIs in that country, the domestic bondage, not international, to make them HQLA and eligible for the central bank discount window. And this is critical in order to transform the debt security into a liquid instrument. And then next door in Kazakhstan, we go even further down the spectrum, where they've gone very strongly into including IFIs, and this is something I'd give a strong recommendation to Uzbekistan about, to crowd in as much as possible as the IFIs as benchmark issuers and examples of how to raise local currency capital. From ADB's perspective, we now have more debt securities outstanding in Kazakhstan tenge than any other Asian local currency. And that really pays testament to some of the regulatory approaches they've taken. Thank you.
Thank you. And question to Karim. What makes non-resident investments more sticky in a country? What makes them stay for longer? Very brief answer.
I think I would like to turn the attention to corporate governance, especially where Uzbekistan is now. I think it's critical that you get the framework right from the beginning. Trust is built over a long time, but can be erased very quickly. And given that we are privatizing state-owned companies, I think that Uzbekistan has the privilege of looking to its neighboring countries to seek inspiration. You don't need to reinvent the wheel. You can look at Kazakhstan. Jonathan mentioned Kazakhstan, Georgia, many countries around that already done this journey to seek inspiration, to build a firm and robust corporate governance framework that will attract investors, lower the cost of capital for Uzbekistan in the long term. And I have a small little brochure here that I would like to advertise a little bit, and it's from our small investor perspective, what we regard as good corporate governance to create value, and it's downloaded on our website, downloads.sc, and hopefully that can inspire other investors. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we move in the final minute or so to another very important practical and technical topic, and that's related to hedging and derivatives. And I'd ask Axel, from your experience in the EBRD, specifically in an Uzbek context, what are the, what's been done so far from an FX hedging perspective, and what are the next key steps to enable the government and corporates to more effectively hedge FX risk?
Yeah. Coming back to almost like I still back to the beginning. Your monetary policy framework needs to be right. It needs to set, let's say, the true base rate. The money market needs to develop so that effectively the benchmark has got sufficient volume that people can actually see and understand that basically the rate is what the rate is, and it's not something that is manipulated or, let's say, impacted by a small number of transactions. Then basically you can start to build out a domestic curve. And in my view, it is easier to build an interest rate swap curve than an interest rate curve through government bond issuance. For the very simple reason, basically in most emerging markets, basically term liquidity is something that's very scarce and therefore is very difficult to price, which sort of means that if you ask a domestic bank, which will be 90% of your investor audience, please give me where would you buy a 10-year fixed rate security, the answer is there. On the back of, I think it's high enough that I can probably put it in my held to maturity book and I'll probably be okay over the lifetime of that issuance. Now, that in itself isn't very helpful. The beauty of an interest rate derivative, of course, it's cash free. It is purely a reflection of, let's say, interest rate expectation or people's expectations of the path of interest rates over the term that you're quoting for. And therefore, through the overnight index swap market, once you've got the basic framework of the, let's call it the benchmark, plus you've got the derivatives law reform, you can actually build a very safe and sound system where people can start to exchange, let's call it views as to how they see interest rates develop over the terms that they want to quote for. And that then brings the key that you can actually start also think about an FX forward market. Because the problem with an FX forward market, if you can't price the domestic leg, how the hell do you price the forward leg? Because the one thing that I know, let's say from history and a long time ago in Russia, when we started the overnight index swap market in Moscow, in the first discussion was when I asked the question, how do you price the FX forward? How do you price the overnight index swap? And the answer was through the FX forward. No, it's the other way around. Is domestic interest rate formation should be the key of all thinking. And this is therefore, that is a mindset change that's incredibly important. And maybe sort of coming back a little bit to, again, to the capital account liberalization. In heavily dollarized economies, it is actually, I would always be on the side of caution with regards to what it is you want to do and how much you want to do it and how quickly you want to do it. because you need to have your domestic financial system actually being able to help the central bank and the Minister of Finance the inevitable shocks that will come. The one thing we know in life is that it is always unexpected. But if you have a system that can help you in buffering those shocks, you have a much better chance to withstand, let's say, the real true external shocks. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. We've run out of time, but this is an important topic. So 30 seconds follow up on that, Jonathan, particularly in terms of term liquidity and next steps on the derivative market development, in your view?
Well, there's good news and bad news, and the bad news is that there's no shortcuts to developing a derivatives market, and there are so many building blocks which need to be considered to create a liquid, effective, transparent market that it's going to take time. The good news is that we've already got some of the blocks in place, but there are many more which also need to be considered. But I think you also have to consider, what's a derivatives market for? Is it a hedging tool? Is it an arbitrage tool? Do we use derivatives for portfolio management? Is it to modify payoffs? The answer is yes, all the above. So it's got many permutations and it can be very impactful. Certainly we use interest rate and currency derivatives very broadly in ADB's local currency business. I think probably the one most important building block which would come next would be the clean netting opinion from ISDA and how that's handled from Uzbekistan point of view, and that's in terms of certainly for cross-currency types of derivatives. Thank you.
Thank you. Unfortunately, we need to wrap it up here, otherwise we'll encroach on the next panel. But I'd like to thank the conference organizers and most of all the panelists for their very insightful comments today. I think it's very, very clear that financial market development has on the one hand started, but there is a long road ahead, and I'm guessing next year there will be some other sort of important positive milestones on the path to discuss. But with that, I'd like to close the panel. Thank you, everyone.
gentlemen. What a great pleasure for me to be back in Uzbekistan as usual. The pace of reforms is extremely energizing. My name is Munir Ferozi. I look after IFC's transaction advisory business for PPPs. On the sell side, we have a very strategic relationship with the government of Uzbekistan, having been engaged in a number of PPPs in the energy sector, plus in the social sectors. And we look forward to expanding this relationship. Today, we have a distinguished panel comprising of the public sector, the private sector, and an advisor. So I think we will have a good discussion around energy sector, which is a key driver of economic development. Before we go further into context setting, I want to welcome my panel. First of all, Mr. Azim Ahmed Hajayev, the first Deputy Minister of Energy for Uzbekistan. Next to him is Mr. Khurshid Mustafayev, the Department Director, Tariff Policy and Reform. Next to him is Mr. Anand Rohtagi. He is the Chief Operating Officer for Synergy Consulting. Next to him is Mr. Pierre Paul, and I will not hazard to pronounce his last name, but he will do it himself. He is the Country Director for Uzbekistan of EDF. And next to him is Mr. Clive Turton, Chief Investment Officer of ACWA. Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome to the panel.
Thank you.
Let me just maybe do a little bit of context setting first. Energy sector is a significant contributor to the economy. About 28% of production output and 17% of GDP in Uzbekistan is provided by the energy sector. And realizing the potential of this sector would promote further sustainable economic development. We all know, and the reason we are here is that Uzbekistan has done a great job, really a great job in the renewable energy sector with strong private sector participation. I think this is a testament, the conference is a testament of the work that has been done in Uzbekistan. Having said that, there is still very high energy intensity in the country. 80% is still thermal. And there is an opportunity, as I see it, of the transition to low carbon mix. And indeed, if you look at the energy generation plan approved in 2020, the vision and the ambition is to go from 13 gigawatts to 29 gigawatt over the next 10 years, and of which 25% should come from the renewable energy by 2026. Uzbekistan also has the ambition to reach net zero emissions by 2050. Now, these plans are quite ambitious, but I'm very confident that Uzbekistan can reach that, and I think the private sector will play a very, very key role around that. So let me first start by asking Mr. Azim Ahmed Hajayev his vision in terms of what has been achieved so far, and what is the plan for the government of Uzbekistan to reach the NDCs, and what can we see in the future? The floor is yours.
Thank you. Indeed, Uzbekistan has been growing in a very, in my opinion, high speeds for the last several years, and as you pointed out, we have adopted a very ambitious and strategic plan up to 2030 as a first stage. Yes, overall the plan is will be accomplished in 2050. But we are not looking at 2030 as a benchmark anymore. We slightly changed our plans, and we triple speeded ourselves, and now we want to achieve the goal of 25% of renewables out of the whole capacity by 2026. And we are already working on that together with other ministries as a one team, Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Investments being on one board with us. So we've so far implemented successfully a lot of projects, and I will just give you some important figures that could tell that what we have achieved so far. So already 19 PPAs has been signed for a total capacity of over 9 gigawatts, worth FDI of $7 billion US dollars. Out of this, already 200 megawatts of solar power and 1,200 megawatts of CCGT and gas engine plants have been built and are in operation right now. 1.5 gigawatts of CCGT plant in Sirdarya and 170 megawatts gas engine plant in Horizm are in construction. 900 megawatts of solar and 1.6 gigawatts of wind power plants are about to start being constructed in a couple of months, as debt financing agreements are about to sign. And state-owned thermal power plant has finalized EPC selection tenders for its Naui 3 block of 650 megawatts and Talimarjan block of 900 megawatts. And as well as our state-owned company, hydropower, GSC has upgraded several of its existing hydro stations by 180 megawatts, and several more are in process. So far, we are being quite, aggressive and ambitious about our plans, since we need to be on track, and yearly the consumption of electricity is growing averagely by 6–7%, and of course there is a huge lack of energy, and we are trying to provide, in the nearest future, the best services for the growing business and for our population.
Great, thank you very much. I mean, look, I can't keep a track of the number of projects, so thanks for elaborating it. And, I think the reason why we are all here is we feel that this is a huge opportunity at every angle, whether it's advisors, whether it's investors, whether it's lenders, financiers, right? So I think Uzbekistan is certainly on the map. Let me maybe just pivot a little bit from generation. I think you talked a lot about generation, and it's great that you are keeping the 6–7% growth that you need from the generation side, but we all know that generation is only one aspect of the puzzle. You need to also invest in transmission and distribution, right, to have a sustainable supply of electricity, right? Could you please tell us what is the vision of the government in terms of upgrading the transmission and distribution, and what are the plans of engaging the private sector in that? Thank you.
Well, from the beginning, we knew about knew that the chain is as strong and as its weakest point, and hence we have been caring for not just the power generation, but also for the upgrade of transmission and distribution grids. So far, we are trying to do everything in parallel. I mean, both building new power generating station and modernizing our transmission lines. And over 850 kilometers of new high voltage grid lines have been built in the last 4 years. And this is 8% more lines. As well as the high voltage substation capacity has been increased by 14% of 3,750 megawatts in this period that I've mentioned, 4 years. Over 40,000 kilometers of distribution lines and 13,000 distribution transformers have been built and modernized in the last 4 years. State-owned company, National Electric Grid of Uzbekistan, and Regional Distribution Grids company, both have their midterm investment program, which has so far been actively financed by World Bank and ADB. Currently, both companies are renewing their midterm investment program by developing so-called grid master plans with the help of international consultants and IFIs. Besides, we have a good partnership with French EDF We've finished our work on the tender documentation to select an APC contractor for the development of the transmission line SCADA EMS. So as you see, things regarding the grid are on the right track, and we are doing a lot for that.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm going to delve a little bit deeper on that. So that's great that you've outlined the plans. I did not see much of a private sector angle in that. Would we be able to see private sector participation in this?
Yes, there was a presidential decree adopted on the 8th of April, which is stating that we need to bring more private companies with the foreign experience and expertise to distributional business. And this is what we are working on, but in order to create certain conditions for that, for the last several years, we've been, learning experience of our neighbors and foreign countries in terms of creating a certain market for electricity, and in terms of creating, special regulator that will regulate this business and market. We have, together with the Minister of Finance, we have done a draft of the certain decrees, governmental decrees and presidential decrees that are now under the discussion. And we hope that by the end of this year, there will be certain documents adopted that will give us a huge opportunity to bring private business into distributional area.
Great, thank you very much. Maybe let me now shift a little bit from the public to the private just to keep the conversation going, and I want to come to you, Clive. Aqua Power has been very active in Uzbekistan. If I look at your PPAs that you have signed and the MOU on the 1.5 gigawatt wind, I think I can safely say this is your largest market outside of Saudi Arabia. So please correct me if I'm wrong on that. But more importantly, I'd like to understand, why is Uzbekistan a destination of choice for Aqua Power, right? When you're allocating your scarce capital, and I'm assuming, given even for Aqua's size, it is scarce, right? How come you are able to convince your board to allocate capital in Uzbekistan, and what's different about Uzbekistan? And please speak to it in the context of not only Uzbekistan, but what we can learn from Uzbekistan in terms of other countries trying to follow suit.
Sure.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. And thank you for that kind introduction. We do not have unlimited capital, just to be clear. Although it may look like that. Yes, you're correct. Over the last few months, we've announced the additional 1.5 gigawatt wind project. Thank you very much to the Ministry for its support on that. Plus a cooperation agreement for an investment of $10 billion over the next 8 years in various aspects of the energy industry, from green hydrogen to gas, water, power, wind and solar. And we are, as Mr. Amigjayev mentioned, we should shortly be announcing the closing of the financing for our 1 gigawatt Bashan and Keldi projects, wind farms. So yes, it's correct to say that yes, we have put our money where our mouth is in Uzbekistan, and it will become the second largest of our investment destinations after Saudi Arabia, for sure. Now, the reason for that, and the reason we have been very bullish on our attitude to this country is, it's a few things. There are a few basic elements that we look for in any market which we target, and those are basically around the certainty of our investment and our investment returns. So that means robust legal system, robust economic system, ability to finance, clarity around regulation and structure of contracts, and so on. The sort of, I would say, the basics of any environment where we would invest. For example, we need to know that we can sign long-term PPAs that will be honored and are structured in a way that allocate risk correctly. Now, there's hundreds of countries in the world where that is in existence. So the next tier of criteria we look for is the potential for growth in the energy industry. That becomes really key. and in particular today, its potential for growth in the renewable energy industry. We're not interested in countries that won't have a strong pipeline of coal opportunities, but we are very interested in exploring further and further in wind, sun, and now green hydrogen. So Uzbekistan absolutely ticks that box. But the even more sort of important level of detail is that we can feel certain about that potential over a longer term. And that is where Uzbekistan really does stand out. Uzbekistan has set out ambitious criteria and ambitious goals around renewable energy development and has a demonstrated capacity to deliver. As His Excellency the Minister mentioned, 9 PPAs, what did you say, 4.5 gigawatts already delivered. So that means that we know that over the next 5, 10, 15 years, the kinds of opportunities and volumes and numbers we talk about will be delivered. So that means we can therefore invest in local teams, local content, local procurement. We can build a local infrastructure of our own, which is expensive, but will therefore enable us to capture that opportunity and thus also deliver to the country local jobs, local industry, local development. So that's really the key. Our ability to say for certain that there will be a future. If I contrast that with the way other countries approach it, I obviously won't mention any names, you know, the obvious other end of the spectrum will be the countries where they will announce, okay, this year we'll do 3 100 megawatt tenders, see how that goes. That gives you no confidence. And there are many countries like that. There'll be a couple of tenders, and then there'll be a year where nothing happens, and then maybe another smaller tender with no clear plan, no scale, no delivery. In that context, it just becomes an opportunistic investment. We might look at something like that if the price is very high and the returns are fantastic, but we wouldn't look at it as the basis for a country business that we would develop. So that really is the contrast. And Uzbekistan has done it very, very well. I mean, it's a credit to the whole government structure that people have made a commitment, let's do it. They've delivered, and yeah, the future is very, very bright.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much, Clive. So that's a promise for you to move here, right? Since you see the
Don't remember saying that.
Okay, good. So 3 things from me coming out of this. One is certainty of regulation, you know, best practice in terms of documentation, potential for growth, particularly in renewable energy. And then again, I think thinking about it strategically as a program rather than one-off deals. Let me maybe shift to Mr. Khurshid. Of course, you know, NEGO is the off-taker in a lot of these projects. What's your plan in terms of increasing the creditworthiness of NEGO as an off-taker?
Okay, thank you. So, to improve investment environment in industry and to create more economic stability, in 2017, government has started reforming in all sectors of economy, actually in energy sector. So, there was created Minister of Energy, PPP Development Agency under the Minister of Finance, and Uzbek Neftegas and Uzbek Energo were unbundled. So also in 2020, there was created Department of SOE Transformation in the Ministry of Finance, and prepared some transformation program of all SOEs. So according to the program, SOEs designed their development strategies, prepared their program of efficiency, their studies. So also they prepared their statement on the base of IFRS. So, nowadays, 3 companies of energy companies, so Regional Electric Grids, Uzbek Neftegas, and Uzbek Hydro Energy has obtained international credit ratings. So nowadays we are working on the privatization, some part of energy companies. For example, I should say that for the government, privatization is not a way to get additional money to the budget, but it's to provide more better and more affordable services and goods for the people. So that's why nowadays we are starting to prepare strategy of privatization some part of thermal power plant, and also we are looking for as a pilot variant, we are looking for the private sector attracting to the function of regional electric grids. Also the next, our plan is to transform national electric grids of Uzbekistan into a single operator of backbone electric grids. So, as mentioned before, in 2030, the demand on electricity will be more than 100 billion kilowatt hour in a year. So, NEGU must be sustainable in technical and financial, you know. So our next plan after the dividing is to transform into a single operator, will establish a tariff for distribution and transmission. Then we expect that the financial condition of this company will be better, and there is plan that till the end of 2023, NEGU will obtain also international credit rating, and which allows NEGU go to the capital market and borrow money independently. You know. So according preliminary calculation, up to 2030, NEGU requires more than $4 billion to develop long-term electric network. So we'll work in this way with international financial institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Khurshid. Maybe one follow-on question. Could you give us a sort of a sense of what's coming for privatization over the next few years in terms of the SOE privatizations?
So yes, about privatization, as I said, if energy companies, we are looking for some part of thermal power plant and attracting to the regional electric grid, so private operators and retailers also, we are looking for this privatization section.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Pierre Paul, first of all, congratulations on winning Sirdarya. I think it's a very busy time for you doing the financial closure. And I think it's fair to say that the real work starts now, right? Where you're in this uncertain environment when you're raising the financing, the EPC, etc. Maybe you can talk a little bit about, first of all, in this journey, how much support you got from the government, particularly in this financial closure period. And then perhaps, you know, looking forward, what could be some of the areas for improvement that you would recommend as we move forward with this ambitious program that the government has laid out?
Thank you, Munir. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me and for this great organization in the new Samarkand. Very interesting. To answer your question, I would say that I don't want to go into details of the project. You know, we are very happy to have been selected, and that's true that we are working very hard. We have teams in Tashkent working hard on the hopefully financial closing of the project by mid of December, and hopefully the final one in January. Let's face the reality, there are issues that were not expected. And the main issues are related to the logistic, the transport, from oversized material from Japan to Uzbekistan. It's a challenge. And we face issue also with the insurance of such oversized shipment, because the situation, the international situation being what it is, there are countries we cannot deal with at the moment, and that creates new obstacles. Also, you have the financial situation, the rise of the interest rate. You know, we were discussing that yesterday, and I was listening very carefully to ADB, World Bank, and saying, oh, it's difficult to anticipate, difficult to know what will be the future, and that's true. And the future is now. We are discussing now, and we are facing these issues. How to solve them? I think we have to be very transparent. This Sirdaria project for EDF is a flagship project. This is the first one that we have. It's a huge investment, and we want this project to be a success. There are not that many different ways of dealing with that. We tackle the problems one by one, and we tackle very transparently with the support of the Ministry of Energy and the Uzbek authorities in general. We ask for some support in dealing with other governments. We will ask for some also support in, let's say, in covering some of the risks linked to the transportation and the logistic. And I think that's what we discussed with the Minister of Energy. This is the one team spirit. We are one team. We have one objective to have this project a success, and we will do everything we can do to have it as a success. So at the moment, that's I don't have advice. You know, with the people we discuss with are extremely smart. They know, and they try to improve over the time. Always, you know, that we know that the people want to really help us. So that's it. We tackle project one by one. That's it.
Okay, thank you, Pierre-Paul. It's great to see, I mean, that it's a partnership, and really the sustainability of this program requires a partnership. And then oftentimes when we advise in some of the markets, you know, this partnership approach is not there. It's basically the government saying, look, you know, it's your problem, deal with it. But really the partnership angle, particularly in a challenging environment of today, is extremely important. Sorry, you wanted to come in.
Yeah, no, but it's a partnership over the very long term. We have the chance that we've been awarded this project. My mandate here is to open the regional office of EDF, the subsidiary of EDF for Central Asia, based in Tashkent, but also covering the Central Asian countries. It's a very, very long-term project. We hope also to be involved in other and new renewable projects. So for us, hydro is a renewable one. So that's so we hope to be very much involved in that in the future. And it's a very long-term partnership. So that's and we hope to strengthen. There will be ups and downs for sure, but anyone here in this audience can tell me what if he run a project without problems, it doesn't happen. We are here to solve issues, and we solve them together.
Great. Maybe I'll use another analogy, if I may. This is a marriage which will have its ups and downs, right? So we have to work together on both sides.
This is a very good analogy, and I know that you wanted to tell me about the honeymoon, but the honeymoon will start soon. Now we are still discussing the wedding contract.
Good, thank you. And then last but not the least, Synergy is a very, very active player as an advisor, both on the public and the private sides. And I think you've done wonders in terms of, you know, getting really good value for money on some of the projects, both for your clients on the public side and the private side. Maybe just looking back in your experience, at your experience in Uzbekistan, what are the 2 or 3 key issues, right, that you've seen in terms of negotiating these PPP framework contracts, you know, the deadlocks, the deal breakers, right? And what would be your sort of, you know, advice as we move forward in terms of, I would say, tweaking them? I don't think there's anything is broken over here. It's tweaking rather than anything major. So over to you, Anand.
Thank you, Munir. First of all, thank you for having me here. This is my second participation in this event, and extremely pleased to be here. Yeah, as you rightly said, you know, Uzbekistan is our regional headquarters. We have an office here. We are one of the largest consulting firms here now. We are active over 20 projects, and we've had the privilege of starting to work here when Uzbekistan opened up 5 years ago. So clearly, this is a marriage for us as well. In terms of the process and the contractual framework, I think it's perfect. The way the process has evolved is ideal. yes, initially there were certain hiccups when the transition happened from the old regime to a new bankable format. But over the last few years, it's almost perfect. The way I see it, I see two gaps which one could look at going forward. One is where Pierre Paul picked up slightly was the interest rate risk. Now, in the past few projects, interest rate risk was passed on the private sector, but government has stepped back and helped the private sector overcome that issue, given that interest rates have tripled over the last few quarters. But with the same breadth, if you look at the interest rate curves, they're all going down over the medium term, which means this protection by the government to the private sector would be fruitful to the government as well in short to medium term. So this should go into a standard framework for the government. The second element which I think could be of use is capacity building. The easy part is signing the marriage certificate, which is the PPA or the concession agreement. The difficult part is the first 5 years. And in a project, that's the construction period. Currently, a lot of capacity sits in the key ministries, but the contracts cannot be handled by key ministry. The larger team below that have to manage these contracts on a day-to-day basis. That's where the capacity building needs to be focused on. I think we are going the right direction, and if we can stitch that gap, because that gap is now on our face. As these projects move into construction phase, the gap will become more and more evident. So an urgent focus on that will be helpful in making sure that the projects get constructed on time, on schedule, efficiently, and obviously then the marriage is more happy.
Thank you, Anand. Maybe I'm going to now switch a little bit in terms of a bit of a ping pong in the panel. First of all, great to see Aqua and EDF sitting on the same panel together. Maybe from both of your perspective, there's a lot of financing that you guys have raised, but it's mostly predominantly coming out of the IFIs. Where do you see the market moving on the lender side? Do you see commercial lenders coming into Uzbekistan?
Yes, correct. Predominantly for these large-scale infrastructure projects, yes, we've been relying on the IFIs. And, I mean, to date, the appetite and the support from all of the IFIs, including your institution, has been great. The support is very good. But I think where your question is getting at is, yes, we would love to see the local banking industry develop faster and more robust, absolutely. We don't see lack of interest from international commercial banks in this area, and in particular in this country, but yet we're still not quite there in structural credit issues that these institutions expect. But I mean, it's absolutely moving in the right direction.
And from your side, Pierre-Paul?
No, just so far we haven't faced any issue of getting financing. That's the first thing. Besides the traditional IFIs, I think some European countries are still eager to co-finance projects in the region, especially when you have a European equipment or know-how and transfer of know-how, so they are really eager to finance. Uzbekistan is seen as a reliable partners. Of course, we see that there is a lack of local financing, but yesterday I attended also some session on the reform of the finance sector in Uzbekistan. I think that everything will come on time, but so far we do not face any issues in that regard.
You're absolutely right, and I think I would like all the panel to come into this thing, right? So look, our role is catalytical, right? We've been there, I think all the IFIs have been there, but eventually with this ambition, both the international lenders market plus the local domestic market needs to develop. And what can we do as a community over here to fast track that? Any thoughts on that, Anand, Mr. Azim, from your side or from the investor side?
Well, through these kind of experience and times, we're gaining our own experience. Yes, we're learning about that, and now our sort of financial system is trying to adjust itself to the nowadays realities. That is why I don't want to talk widely about what we are doing right now, but we have already started, and there is a small hint or secret. We've started to do some things in terms of making financial tools and expanding financial capacities in Uzbekistan with our Saudi Arabian partners. Since we have a lot of projects being implemented from that part of the world, from Middle East, of course, and all those things will be sort of established here in Uzbekistan. We will not go international. We will not seek for finance outside. Yes, we will do it locally. So we see huge demand, and we see how encouraged both lenders and borrowers. So that is why we want to be to create certain conditions here for development of how to say that, of pleasant environment, yes, for this kind of business.
Anna, do you want to comment?
I think the country is moving in the right direction. Currently, as you rightly said, the pool of, let's say, long-term infrastructure financing is the multilaterals. We've seen very active participation by EBRD, IFC, ADB, World Bank as well under MIGA. We've also seen the ECA step up quite a bit. As Pierre Paul said, the European ECA have been quite active, the Chinese ECA have been active. Now we see the Korean and the Japanese ECA being very active. That's a very large pool of debt capital available for the country. My current assessment is that at least for the short to medium term, that it suffices the needs of the country. However, things are changing. Yesterday I was talking to one of the large European banks, and to my surprise, what they told me that they've started lending to private sector here and up to 5-year money. That's a very good start. European lenders, tier A banks looking at private sector in Uzbekistan up to 5-year money is an excellent start, because that's how you start. Eventually the 5 becomes 8, 10, 12, and soon you'll start seeing them participating in large long-term infrastructure financing. So I think we're going the right way. I think one more thing we could consider is infrastructure bonds. They have been successful in some countries, and obviously we have certain failure cases as well, but there are a lot of learnings coming out of them. Maybe that's something where multilaterals should look into. That's one way for them, multilaterals to release more bandwidth for the country, and also to give international private sector financial institutions a flavor for the country. It's not a full entry, but it's a part entry for international financial institutions to start tasting the country before they start go full-blown into investing.
And I think particularly on the takeouts, post-construction, the project bonds, the infra bonds in this market, not necessarily for the greenfield, might be a good way out. Maybe let me take a pause over here from our panel and see if there are any questions from the audience, and then we'll come back to the panel. So any questions from the audience? Please raise your hand and introduce yourselves. No? Yes? Going once? No? Okay. All right, I will come back to you guys, or I will call on someone to ask a question. Okay, let's move back a little bit to the panel. I want to come back to the potential of green hydrogen, Clive. Of course, you've done quite a bit, or you're doing quite a bit in Saudi Arabia. First of all, for everyone's sake, describe green hydrogen, because I don't think there's common understanding within the room on that. And secondly, where do you see the potential of that in Uzbekistan?
Sure. My favorite topic. So, everybody knows what hydrogen is, the most abundant element in the universe. Hydrogen is used in industrial processes all around the world. Around about 100 million tons of hydrogen is bought and sold in a year across the planet. It's used in some sort of small transport. It's used in chemical processes, steel manufacture, ammonia manufacture, so on, numerous things. Green hydrogen is the manufacturer of the product without using any fossil fuels. So the very first large-scale green hydrogen project is something called Neom Green Hydrogen. It's in Saudi Arabia. We're one of the investors. It uses 4.2 gigawatts of sun and wind to create hydrogen through a process called electrolysis, and it will be transported to Europe and sold into the market there. The exciting thing about green hydrogen, it enables us to decarbonize sectors of industry that electricity can't touch. I mean, today we can decarbonize the electricity system through renewable energy. We can decarbonize small vehicles through electric cars. But green hydrogen creates a fuel that could be used to decarbonize shipping, chemical processes, heavy goods vehicles. It could even be used, green hydrogen could even be used in gas turbines to decarbonize gas power generation. So it's an amazing potential, and it's at last today reached a price where it's starting to become economical. The predictions are that the hydrogen market will go from 100 million tonnes a year today to something like 200 million tonnes by 2030 and 500 million tonnes by 2050. So the world's getting ready for a boom in this product. Now, there's a number of countries that could potentially take advantage of that, and Uzbekistan is one of them. The conditions you need to produce green hydrogen is basically abundant green energy, access to financing, and then importantly access to markets where you would sell it. So our product, the very first project that I mentioned earlier, which is ours, is being developed in Saudi Arabia. We have abundant sun, we have good financing, we have close access to Europe. But the product will be shipped. It'll be converted from green hydrogen to green ammonia, and it'll be shipped to Europe, and then converted back from green ammonia to hydrogen again. Some inefficiencies there. So Uzbekistan has the advantage. It has fantastic renewable energy, more wind than sun, but it has sun and wind. It has a banking sector or access to financing that is sufficient. But more importantly, it has real proximity to markets. There's the legitimate possibility of transporting green hydrogen here through pipelines rather than through conversion to green ammonia. So we've been working with the MOE on some R&D activities, and we've invested in a training facility, and we'll be working towards putting together a pilot project to demonstrate how green ammonia can be manufactured here. But green hydrogen will become a very, very significant part of the energy mix in the future. And yeah, I think Uzbekistan, because of those factors I mentioned, is ready to be there at the beginning.
Thank you. Anything that you want to add, Pierre-Paul, on this? No? Okay. All right. Thank you for that, and I think that's really the future in terms of renewable energy. What are the costs associated with this? Is this as competitive as your base load generation, or we are looking at more expensive?
Right. So the reason companies like us are charging into green hydrogen is because the cost of green hydrogen is very much associated with the cost of the energy. 70%-ish of the cost of production of green hydrogen is power. So it's all about the renewable energy. So for us, transitioning our expertise into green hydrogen makes perfect sense because it's really about the energy part. So today, it's hard to talk about the competitiveness of the product today because today, if green hydrogen is competing with gas, it's already competitive because gas has gone through the roof, right? So today, it's an easy sell. In a more normalized time, what we're seeing is green hydrogen prices behave the way solar prices behaved 30 years ago. And we're seeing a sharp decline, through more efficient energy, but also the electrolyzer technology. The electrolyzer technology is going to accelerate very quickly in terms of its efficiency, how much power per unit of hydrogen you need. So we're already seeing that sort of curve take place. Today, the green hydrogen can be competitive for heavy goods vehicles, and it can be competitive for any process where green hydrogen is part of the issue. So for example, if you are producing a car, I don't want to use names, but I mean, average car has about $100 worth of steel in it. So steel comes from a dirty process using carbon-emitting fuel. with green hydrogen, you can produce steel that has 0 carbon released. So that $100, maybe that goes to $300. Actually, I don't know what the number is, but maybe it triples. But in the overall cost of a car, it's a drop in the ocean. But the value of a car on the market that is manufactured with green steel will be far more than the cost of the hydrogen. So today, the cost doesn't matter that much because there is enough demand from industries that only use hydrogen as a small part of their value chain that it will be economical. And you will see, as soon as, I mean, it's an interesting thing to talk about because we're talking about a market where there is only demand. There is no supply of green hydrogen right now. The product is not available, so there is no price point, there is no traders. So we're all speculating at the moment, but what is most likely to happen is as soon as the first deliveries of green hydrogen start, a price point will be established, and that will spur the entire industry forward because that price point will be much higher than anybody expects because there's only demand. And then the other interesting aspect when you talk about price is what's happened in the US. So the US have introduced this thing called the Inflation Reduction Act, which contains a subsidy for the production of green hydrogen of around about $3 a kilo. Now, that's not much less than the total production cost for green hydrogen. So you will see fast action in the US of people building projects and getting the product to the market, but then you will probably also start to see governments around the world implement similar incentive schemes. Every developer is going to their local government and saying, hey, look what the Americans just did, where's ours? So that will also change the picture a little bit as well, and I think you'll see encouragement from government, and then you'll see a real boom in the sector.
Great, thanks very much for that. Maybe shifting gears a little bit now, and you have a question? Please go ahead. Please introduce yourself and then ask the question. We'll get you a mic. Is there a mic somewhere in the room? Or you can...
Hi, Tom Wilson from Asher's law firm. I also worked for ADB for 4 years in the procurement and deployment of ADB's solar projects and other projects in Uzbekistan. Where does the panel see pink hydrogen as a potential in Uzbekistan? And more to the point, where are the opportunities or the likelihood of nuclear power coming to Uzbekistan in any time soon? There are projects out there we know about, but we believe that there is some issues and delays on that.
There's only one person who can... You want to come in, Clive? Okay.
I'll go so far as to say, let me just frame it for people who don't know. Grey hydrogen is produced with fossil fuels. Blue hydrogen is produced with fossil fuels with carbon capture. Green hydrogen is produced with no emissions. Pink is produced with nuclear power. Aquapower, we aren't interested in nuclear power, so that's my contribution to the answer to that question.
Well, hydrogen, it's a sort of thing that is very new for us. And of course, we've started with our partners creating R&D under the Ministry of Energy in order to understand to ourselves how deep we can go with this kind of power, yes, and that is why it is yet to be studied and learned in what capacities we can use such method in our energy system. Well, we do not drop any nuclear plants from our agenda as well. We're still talking and discussing, and there is still a lot of work to be done. That is why I cannot say that it is kind of in the area of controversial issues, yes, but we want to use as much as possible all those new capacities and new methods of energies creating in our country, since we want to be according to the international standards when it comes to the green economy. So that is why we've started, and did a lot of work in terms of renewables with our partners, and yet there is a lot of to be done, but along with that we are working on new capacities.
Thank you. So I guess the answer really is you are looking into it, watch this space, you need to do your own analysis and due diligence on this.
True.
And then if it is in line with what your ambitions and targets are, you will consider that. Maybe shifting a little bit and coming back, remaining with you, Mr. Azim, you know, the government has indicated its ambition or a vision, I should say, in terms of having an open electricity market. Could you talk a little bit about that? And then I want to come back to the investors in terms of you've seen the good, bad, and ugly of the open markets, the merchant markets in Europe, right? What would be your advice in terms of where you see the transition that the government wants to?
Well, they are all, you know, in favorable conditions. They have their PPAs, you know.
This is a really interesting debate, so I want to start with you and then go to the...
Yes, but still, it is our president's initiative to do certain electricity market. That is why I've mentioned earlier that we are learning and studying, and we've seen and studied a lot of experiences outside, and mostly in Europe and neighboring countries. And we came up with the understanding that certainly we will do this electricity market. We want, you know, free trade, but in order to create such electricity market, we need to have a certain proposal level. So we don't have, unfortunately, still we don't have certain capacities of energy generation in order to provide and to fulfill the demand that we have right now. That is why as soon as we get to this point, we'll open that market, and we want to create it by 2026. But along with that, in order to get certain load of experience, we are now, as I said, we've created drafts of the presidential decree on creating of regulator that will control this market. But as soon as we will create this regulator, we will start to create certain legislation around this regulator. So up to 2026, we will be fit, and we will be according to the expectations of the market. So we are working on that.
So Clive, maybe nuancing the question, it is happening by 20. It is happening by 2026. I think that's the sort of direction of travel. If it is happening by 2026, what would be your advice as you look back your experience in the market of an open electricity market? And same for you, Pierre-Paul.
My advice, don't rush. No hurry.
And another, you know, to talk about more on that point, there will be a power trade company created that at first stage will be single buyer, the electricity, and the seller to you know, distributional companies that will be private as well. Yeah. So we want to create as open market as it possible, you know, to do the best possibilities and to fulfill all the demands that will arise very soon.
But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's you. You.
Yours goes off.
No, maybe. One thing I've noticed about the government of Uzbekistan is the ability to listen to advice, and listen to advice in terms of what's good for them. So great that you have this plan, but I think it'll be good to get some advice based on really experience of this is not the first time that any country is trying to do this. There has been some good aspects of it, but there has been some very ugly aspects of an open market as well, right? So I think what are the key learnings from that you would try to put that back to the government in terms of advice? Maybe advice is a very broad word.
No, I was being flippant before. I mean, just because I'm very happy with the way things are. But I think any well-structured electricity market eventually moves in that direction. I think that's inevitable, and I think the obvious benefits mean that this has got to be the end goal. I mean, having actual market conditions determine the price of electricity for consumers is really what we're all targeting. So I think that's I think the direction is obviously correct. The challenge is clearly that, in my experience, every time it's gone wrong, and usually gone wrong means prices have gone through the roof, or you've had blackouts. It's usually because there is some structural problem that hasn't been dealt with before the market's been implemented. You know, for example, if you try to implement a market where you don't have sufficient competition, Singapore, for example. When Singapore implemented a contestable market, the prices rose. Nothing changed, it's just the prices went up because there wasn't real competition. There was too few market players. Contrasting examples, in the Philippines, when they introduced contestable markets, prices rose because there wasn't a corrective balance between the supply and demand, and there wasn't sufficient ability for pricing to reflect the market because you couldn't transport electricity where you needed to. So you need to have that robust grid to enable transport wherever it needs to be, and you need to have a proper supply-demand balance and a sufficient size of participants that you actually generate competition. The other things that went wrong, the most obvious thing that went wrong in California all those years ago was really because the rules weren't very clearly established, and people will do whatever they can. So in a sense, my flippant advice of take your time is right, in the sense that you've got to make sure that the structure and the rules and the game is
laid out.
Perfect, because if there's any little gap, someone will exploit it.
Pierre.
Yes, we know how electricity production became a very strategic sector. We can see what happens currently in Europe with high prices, difficulty of the population to pay the bills. Also, a country like France, where EDF has a let's say, very important share of the market, because we build, design, and we own all the nuclear plants in France and most of the hydro ones. We had to import electricity. So France had to import. Normally we export, but it happened that we had to import from the neighboring countries, Belgium and Germany. So here it's not an advice, because I'm not here to give good advice, but I think a very close cooperation with the neighbors is key. And we have neighbors which also, if they go on reforms, they can produce and be exporter of electricity. I think to Kyrgyzstan, maybe to Kazakhstan. I don't know very well. I know that the potential in Tajikistan is not used, is unused. They have
will sign a PPA, but you know, very soon. I know that Clive won't like it, but you know, very soon we want to stop this practice as well, since we will be opening our market and we will be selling project sites through auction. Yes. So, and there won't be any PPAs. There will be a free market on selling and buying. We will not, you know, control to whom you will sell your electricity and where it will go and whatever you will do with that. So for the time being, for nowadays, and we will keep this practice for in other countries. You can find it on the rep offices of IFIs in Uzbekistan. So there is plenty of information on that. Thank you.
Thank you. One more question, please.
This is Bakhtiar Ishnaev, CEO of Aquapower Wind in Uzbekistan. And I have a question to Minister of Energy, to Azim Ahmed Khajayev, regarding the targets, renewable targets of the Uzbekistan. You just mentioned that the targets for the country is going up, and you are aiming 25% of renewables up until 26, which is really ambitious, and the targets should be ambitious. Yeah, I agree with that. But I have a question regarding a long-term perspective. Up until 2050, how do you see the renewables targets in the country?
Well, we will see it, you know, in 2030 somewhere, with the targets, because we don't know. So far we see our capacities as 30 gigawatts, and 12 out of which will be renewables, 4 wind and 8 solar, yes. So, you know, the time will show us where we will be heading to, because we see how sharp the curve is going up in terms of our growth and in both demands and needs of supporting the economic growth. So I think it's too early to talk about that. But believe me, the numbers will be huge. Yes.
Okay, we have time for one last question from the audience. I want to check if anyone wants to ask a question. Then I'm going to come back and wrap up. One more. Okay, please go ahead.
My name is Mubashir Majid. I'm General Director for Sardaria 1 project. There's one thing which is very practical, and I think it's mentioned regarding the logistic challenges in Uzbekistan. So we are currently transporting our gas turbines. And the one question to the minister is about the infrastructure in Uzbekistan. While we are very ambitious about the power generation targets, which is good, I think this is an immense challenge, not only for Sardaria 1, but for the other projects. So I want to know that how we are working on infrastructure, especially bridges and roads. Thank you.
That's the next generation of PPPs, but I'll let you answer that.
You mean in terms of what kind of infrastructure? I didn't get it right, actually. Yeah.
Well, the gentleman is talking about, you know, the ability to transport goods on the roads and bridges, given the infrastructure around that.
Well,
I can just
in terms of transportation infrastructure?
There is, you know, that there is more than 2,000 kilometers from the Kazakhstan border, and there are a number of bridges. These bridges are too old, and we have to do a lot of temporary work. But I think the future projects, they will continue, and there is no more room for that.
Sure.
So I think the government need to see the roads and the bridges. This is my question.
Well, the whole Ministry of Transport was created for these purposes, yes, by our president, and they are working hard, believe me on that, yes. And they are working with our partners, neighboring countries as well, since, yes, it's a very crucial issue of transportation. And thanks again to our IFI partners who are helping us with the projects on modernization of our roads and railways and etc. We've trying to do the same good partnership with our neighboring countries, as I mentioned, and Afghanistan is not the exception. Yes, you know, this is our neighbor, and we need to find certain conditions to work with them. Why? Because we want to, as a double landlocked country, we need to find the shortest routes from the sea. For us, Karachi is for the time being, is the best option, yes. And now we're working on this route as well. But this is again more about Minister of Transportation, and I don't want to interfere to their business, but I know that government and president himself, he demands a lot from that ministry to create you know, conditions and make certain tools in order to ease all these logistics and transportation issues.
And I can second that. That also includes airports, and I think that needs to be developed as well. So maybe in the interest of time, I want to bring the panel to a close. Mr. Azim Ahmadajayev, I want to give you the last few minutes to have some closing remarks, and then I want to come back and close myself in terms of maybe 4 or 5 points that I see coming out of this panel.
Well, I would like to express my gratitude to all my partners who participated in this panel session. And of course, we need to keep the same dynamic in working together with our partners. Our main midterm priorities will be focused on further development of the renewable energy projects on the PPP basis, improving energy efficiency in social institutions, and we want to develop modern and reliable energy infrastructure in the country through the modernization of distributional networks and etc. And we will keep continuing implementation of measures to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And we will look at other, best possible experiences and options that world has in order to try to adjust all that things in our country and create best possible conditions for economic growth and businesses who nowadays they're looking for a new markets and new basis to place their business in the region. So we strongly believe that we can become one of the centers and best emerging market in the region, and that is why we will try to be as comfortable as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and it's very difficult to go after that one, but let me make an attempt on that. First of all, for me, it's been a very, very good discussion. So thank you, everyone, both the audience as well as the panelists. 5 things from me. First of all, we see a very strong reform-minded government and open-minded to receiving feedback, and we expect this to continue. So I think that's one thing I wanted to say. We also see big ambitions plans, particularly in the renewable energy space, which are likely to continue, and the private sector is going to take a front and center role in that. Some tweaks may be needed, but I think we are in the right direction. We need to obviously focus on the capacity, but the government has shown their flexibility and willingness in terms of responding to external shocks, interest rate environment being one of them. For me, as I look back from the first Economic Forum and a little bit before that, and today, Uzbekistan is continuing to serve as a role model for the countries in the region, to its neighbors. It is a destination of choice, as has been confirmed by the private sector. And I think my message to the neighboring countries is, don't reinvent the wheel. There's a lot that's been done over here, right, which can be easily replicated, and they can open up a lot in their economies and benefit from what Uzbekistan has done, not only in the power sector. Power sector has been a driver of this, but I think there are a lot of other sectors that the other neighbors can lean on as well. So please join me in thanking my panelists. It's been a great discussion.
В 3 часа. So we start in 9 minutes. So, welcome everyone, or rather, Khush Kelipsiz. This is the final day of the second Uzbekistan Economic Forum. It has been a success so far, so let's keep the bar high. On the one hand, I'm lucky to hold this panel, this session after lunch. People are a bit more, happier, more relaxed. On the other hand, obviously, after 30-40 minutes, carbs will kick in, and the people will feel sleepy. So we'll make an effort to make everyone wide awake. Luckily, we have a very exciting topic today. This session is on trade and industrial policy. My name is Alexander Tatsyanin. I'm a banker at the EBRD, and I'm privileged to be the moderator for today's session. Uzbekistan has confronted a long stretch of trade turmoil brought on by the global pandemic and ongoing geopolitical conflicts. Promoting stability, diversifying export markets, and taking a growing role in the digital economy have been major priorities under the government's development plan. Liberalizing trade and strengthening ties with global development organizations, investors, and international groups will be key to achieving greater economic stability and growth over the coming years. In this session, we discuss the issues of integration into regional and multilateral trade frameworks and implementing trade-friendly industrial policies. We are honored to have today our esteemed panelists who will share their view on trade and industrial policies, their success and challenges so far. So let me do a quick round of introduction. First Deputy Minister of Finance, Mr. Amanullah Nasreddin Khodjayev. Thank you for being with us. Deputy Minister for Investments and Foreign Trade, Badreddin Abidov. Kuvandik Sanakulov, Chairman, Director General of Navai Mining and Metallurgical Company. Antonio Nicifora, Trade and Regional Integration World Bank. Tarik Sahovic, Senior Operations Officer, IFC. Firuza Tadbaeva, Regional Manager, Agrico. Last but not least, Ivan Kao, not Vice President, but Deputy Managing Director, BYD Auto Company. Yeah. So, risking being slightly politically incorrect, but with kind permission from esteemed ministers, I want to give the floor to Antonio. Antonio will be responsible for setting the mood and giving the direction for this discussion, because obviously the topic is really wide. Plus, Antonio, we can have a pretext to blame you in case the mood is wrong, and the direction is not right. So no pressure, but the first question goes to you. This is a bit theoretical, but still really, really interesting. So Antonio, in recent years, several prominent economists have advocated for more active industrial policies to boost development and growth. Uzbekistan is making significant efforts to simultaneously implement an active industrial policy and facilitating trade policy. So what are your thoughts on an optimal combination of these policies? What is the most recent consensus among economists? And is there a trade-off between open trade and boosting domestic production? If you can share some examples in other countries in the region, that would be also highly appreciated. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Alexander. And first of all, let me thank very much the organizers of the forum for this opportunity. It's really a privilege to be here. And then I want to start by mentioning, the topic of this panel, indeed, trade and industrial policy. Well, what's the link? When we talk about industrial policy, really, we are referring to policies designed to promote specific industries or group of firms. And these often focus on promoting sectors which have export potential or promoting sectors which can help, domestic sector which can substitute for imports. And that's where there is a close link between the trade policy and the industrial policy. Very often the rationale for trade policy is actually related to the trade potential of the country. Now, as you mentioned, this is a fascinating topic. You know, what is the role of the government in trade policy? It's a fascinating topic which is the subject of a very, I would say, loud debate in the economics profession. We've seen recently the likes of Danny Roderick, Joe Stiglitz, amongst many others, come in and weigh as to what countries should or should not do. And in fact, I want to argue very quickly behind the apparent, how shall I say, different position, there is actually a lot of consensus on what constitutes good policy. And so I would like to open this debate by talking a little bit about this. And the debate is really very simple. From a theoretical point of view, there is no question that industrial policy can enhance welfare whenever there is market failures, whenever there are externalities. For instance, often we talk about coordination failures, about information failures. And this is the core of the argument why such economists such as Danny Roderick, Joe Stiglitz, Justin Lin advocate the government should pursue a very active industrial policy. They argue that there is widespread presence of market failures, there is widespread presence of externalities. Economists have been knowing this all along, they studied all the time, and therefore both history and economic theory suggest that yes, markets are key to the allocation of resources, but government intervention is equally critical to help countries move on the development path by providing information, coordination of hard and soft infrastructure, compensation for externalities. And as I mentioned, there has been a lot of focus, especially on market failures and externalities related to learning and discovery, the research and development type of role for the government. Now, the challenge, however, is that beyond the theory, there is also a lot of evidence internationally that, in fact, these policies do not work in practice. There have been very costly failures, I could say colossal failures, in the implementation of industrial policies. On the one hand, we have seen East Asian countries, more recent, the East Asian tigers, more recently China, clearly pursuing successfully a very wide range of policies to promote specific sectors, including through export subsidies. On the other hand, while there have been these successful heterodox policies, there is also a lot of evidence from failures of import substitution policies in Latin America, in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, over many, many decades. And in fact, when we look at the papers that have studied which policies have been successful and which ones have not, there is actually a lot of consensus that policies to support specific sectors, policies that distort prices, are likely to result in failure. There is a famous study from Anne Harrison and Rodriguez Clare. It's about 10 years old, but essentially they looked at many examples of these policies and they found that tariff protection, production subsidies are hardly ever beneficial. They also reduce a lot of what is called the sort of infant industry argument. We want to protect initially through tariffs in order to let the domestic sector develop so that they can compete internationally. And it turns out that, again, very, very rarely these type of policies have resulted in welfare gains. Normally it is welfare losses for consumers as they have to pay higher prices, and then these companies, these sectors fail to develop over the long term. There is recently a study from the Peterson Institute that looked at American policies in the US to support different industries. And again, they find that essentially out of, they looked at 18 different episodes and not in a single time were these type of policies successful in helping the development of this industry in the US. Now, the main reason for this essentially comes from the fact that everybody agrees the government doesn't really have the knowledge and the capacity to pick the sectors. To decide which group of industries, which sectors have the high potential. And so the result is that actually you end up wasting a lot of resources betting on the wrong horses. It's what we call picking winners. Governments are not really good at picking winners, and so the chances of failure are very, very high. There is also a lot of evidence. I think of countries such as Indonesia. I did myself some analysis on Tunisia, on Egypt, but there is evidence internationally that policies that are targeted towards specific industries and sectors tend to be captured by vested interests, by cronies, And the result is that instead of helping society and the country to develop as a whole, they end up being pocketed to the benefit of a few dominant individuals and sectors that control parts of the economy. So that's really why these policies tend to fail. At the same time, there is also a lot of empirical evidence that there are some policies, industrial policies, that work. And they tend to be what we call horizontal soft policies. The same study I mentioned earlier by Anne Harrison and Rodriguez-Clare concluded that soft industrial policies such as sector-wide government support for training schemes or support to critical infrastructures tend to be beneficial. So the focus should really be on addressing the cost-cutting constraints that sort of impede export production, things such as logistics, facilitating competition, and providing, as we were saying in the sort of research and development, the area and the space and the facilities for private sector to do trial and error, to experiment and innovate. There is also policies, as I was mentioning, that China has introduced it successfully. Also, Germany and Italy have used export credits, again, across the board, to facilitate where there is a lack of the private sector in enabling exporters to actually reach their goals. And of course, you know, there is always an issue as to whether these type of policies can become controversial, can become unfair competition, and so there have been problems in the WTO. But broadly, what I want to emphasize is that yes, there is a role for government in industrial policy, but that role is a smart industrial policy. It's this industrial policy that focuses horizontally on enabling policies to target, to tackle market failures and externalities. And within this, really, this concept of industrial policy as an enabling policy is fundamental. And so, again, looking at coordination failures, removing constraints to sectoral growth, while at the same time enabling a level playing field, while at the same time enabling prices to play their role in allocating resources and in allowing competition to succeed. So let me stop there. I wanted to set this at the, to set this out at the beginning, because I think it's fundamental when we get into more specific, whether it's trade policies, whether it's, some type of interventions, that we have clear in mind what is really the international evidence from, in terms of what role the government should have. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. That was really illuminating. And thank you for mentioning the study on protectionist policies. It's really amazing to see that while you try to protect some industry, you're actually destroying it in the long term, right? Destroying the potential. And stepping aside maybe from this theoretical topic, we will come back to that. But it would be good to tap into the perspective of a large multinational company. And Ivan, I wanted to ask you a question in this regard. What's your perspective? How would you do an investment decision in a country like Uzbekistan? What policies would you look into? What policies would facilitate your decision to invest in Uzbekistan?
Thank you very much for your question, Alexander. And also, it's really our great pleasure to be invited for this economic forum for the first time. So as a new company come to this country, to Uzbekistan, I would like first to share some of the digits about our company. So BYD, we are a leading company in manufacturing of electric cars. So in 2022, this year, from January to September, we have totally delivered around 1.4 million cars, 1.4 million electric cars. And also accumulated revenue within the 2022 will achieve around $5 billion. And also globally, we have around 400,000 employees globally, which are allocated in more than 36 branches and also industrial park. So back to the questions, as we have global presence, what will be the key element when we are choosing an overseas market for investment of a factory or investment of manufacturing facilities? So I think there will be around 5 elements we will consider. The first one would be the political stabilities. Especially, I think the first but most important thing is the trade policy and also the diplomatic relationship with our mother nations. This becomes much more and more sensitive at the current period. Also, Uzbekistan is a perfect choice because of the connection and balance between the European countries and also the Eastern countries. And also the continuous reform of economy actually encouraged the growth of buying power and also the growth of the market demand. So the president have given a long-term policies to support development of automotive, more particularly the new energy vehicles. So investors like BYD, we feel confident about this kind of large investment, as the return of this kind of investment will take a pretty long time. So the second element we will consider is about the labor resources. First, whether a country have a sufficient quantity of labor is one key reason for large manufacture for automotive. For instance, to produce 50,000 units of cars, we will need around 2,500 people. So this is a huge quantity. In some of the Western countries, even Central or Eastern European countries, we cannot find such sufficient laborers to do their works. And second thing is about the quality of the laborers. It's also very important for the modern manufacture of the automobile. We need skilled person. We need technicians. We need, efficient management team. All of that, we find a good resources in Uzbekistan, as you have a very established automotive industry. And third, also very important, is the cost of labors. I think comparing to China and even comparing to the Western world, Central Asia, particularly Uzbekistan, we have a relatively competitive labor cost, which will make our product very strong competitiveness in the markets. And the third one is, a third element is about the efficiency. So working efficiency about the governmental or the municipal agents is one key. We have experienced a lot in the Western countries and also in American as well. So the process of application for a local manufacturing facility would take you around 6 months up to 10 months. So this kind of efficiency will affect the whole plan of implementation. And second is the labor's efficiency. So as a Chinese company, we are always fight to balance the human rights and also the benefit for the workers. So this is something, we will have some conflict in the principle of the Western countries, but as an international company, BYD, we strive to provide the most, beneficial terms for the laborers and to make the laborers to, make their contributions to the manufacture as much as possible. And the fourth one is about, the fourth element is about the energy. So energy is also a key for manufacture investment. The cost of the energy sometimes will be calculated even in the first preliminary study or feasibility study. Whether they have sufficient supply of the energy. For instance, for automotive manufacture, we need electricity, we need gas, and also we need water. So in Uzbekistan, there are abundant natural reserve of all those resources. And so this will enable us to have the local manufacturer succeed. I think particularly for EV, the consumption of the electricity is very high. And we have noticed that in this country, the government is also promoting the green energy in diversified forms. Hydropower, solar power, all of these can be considered. So this is something also in alignment with our spirit. So build green and use green. So the last element we also take into consideration is the environment. So there are a lot of restrictions and also restraints for automotive industry because this is kind of highway industry. So how to balance the economic growth and also the industrial development? This is a topic which the government need to consider. The Western countries show more concern about the protection of the environment. And in this regard, it probably will weaken the growth of the emerging industry, such like the new energy vehicles or some relevant industry, such like a manufacture of battery. So in this regard, we felt that Central Asia will be an ideal place to implement this kind of production as the country is reforming its economy. It needs industry to grow as fast as possible. So also the environment is related to the supply chain. So Uzbekistan have the largest automotive supply chain in Central Asia. Even we heard from our partners in this country, they are even supplying the component to Western Europe, several OEMs in Western countries. So this sufficient supply chain will also enable us to save our investment and work efficiently. The last one about the environment is also the market. The market is also kind of environment we are thinking when we choose a market to invest. For instance, this country from, I think the year before last year, start importing new electric cars from China, from Europe. And year by year, this year by far, we see almost 3,000 vehicles, new energy vehicles has been imported and sold in these countries. So it welcomed all the EV makers to this country, which in short future will enable the infrastructure and also the subsidy and incentives to be ready for the end users. So all of that are the key element we considered about the investment in overseas market. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivan. That was really good. And Amanullah Budridin, I think Ivan said so many nice things about Uzbekistan. He almost promised like huge investments from BYD at this session, which is a huge success, I think. Unfortunately, we cannot make Ivan sign something because Ivan has some urgent commitments, and I'm afraid we will have to let him go now. It's a pity that you need to go, Ivan, but thank you for your input.
Thank you. I have to excuse myself, and really my great pleasure to talk with all the colleagues here today in this panel discussion. I hope I can continue or resume our discussion later. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ivan. And now coming back a bit to the overarching topic of our discussion, and again expanding on what Antonio talked about, the overall economic policy. The question to the first Deputy Minister, Amanullah, it would be good if you could enlighten us on the overall economic policy to foster growth, jobs creation, and investment in Uzbekistan, and maybe also say a few words on current structural transformation of Uzbekistan economy.
Thank you. Hello, good afternoon. Well, I believe Ivan said so many things. We've practically exhausted the subject, right? Well, you know, overall government prospect, economic growth prospects and job creation is very, very, as you well understand, is very, very wide question. So I'll try to reflect on what I heard from Antonio, because I believe he laid out very, very extensive framework for the industrial policy, and tried to answer your question through the lens of this framework that Antonio has laid out. Well, clearly understood, subsidies are not good. We all understand that. Prices are relative prices are the best indicator for the allocation of resources, etc. And I fully agree, every country has to deal with externalities to sort of flatten those externalities to help its businesses, right? It's companies, it's businesses to develop. In case of Uzbekistan, we have to deal with a hard externality, which is externality which will not go anywhere. It's double landlocked, you know, location positioning of Uzbekistan. So geographic positioning is something, is an externality which will always be there, right? But there's also another externality which I hope will be, you know, a temporary one, which is, you know, bulk of our economy is state-owned, right? So we've got the best of our assets which are state-owned, and as you also pointed out, state is not always, you know, the best decision maker, right, in terms of
Amanullah, can I ask you to talk close a bit to the mic?
Okay. Is it better now? So going back to what we want to do in terms of structural adjustment of the economy and more closer to the subject. So you know, in terms of structural adjustment, we've embarked on a rather ambitious state-owned enterprises and state-owned banks transformation programs. This is something what we clearly need to do to address this second externality that I was referring to. You know, because with you know, bulk of the economy being state-controlled, state-owned, right? It's a double distortion that we will be creating, you know, with whatever policy tools we will end up, you know, using. Yes, our industrial policy is something which is being formulated, right? You all know about that. We work with you, with World Bank amongst other partners, on formulating this strategy, this policy. But dealing with, again, SOEs is really the primary prerequisite. I think I overdone it, right? Is a primary prerequisite for finally starting, you know, finally implementing this industrial policy that, as I said, we jointly developed. I'm especially, well, this is a very ambitious program because, you know, it has been very painful everywhere where it has been implemented, I mean, in other countries. And eventually what we think this transformation program will eventually lead to the privatization. Then, you know, reducing presence of state in the economy. And then, you know, being able to pursue industrial policy which will be dealing with a lesser number of externalities. And I believe we are, well, as you know, those of you who work with us closely, they know we are it is very rarely that we are pleased with results we are achieving. So we typically tend to be very critical to ourselves. But still, the first fruits are there. Well, Mr. Sanakulov, really, you know, one of the captains of our industry, you know, man who is leading, you know, asset #1 in our country, plus amongst other things, probably one of the closest companies historically is now here amongst us with this entire team of international professionals, and this is, I guess, one of the signs that, in fact, something is happening in the field of transformation. So, I guess this is what I wanted to reflect on what I heard. Again, I believe I fully agree with most of what you say. You know, this is a very pragmatic framework. Unfortunately, in reality, as you well know, every framework cannot be applied straightforward. Cannot be kind of copied and pasted into other country, and we have to deal with other factors. One of them I've just mentioned, which is our double landlocked, you know, location.
Thank you, Amanullah. Indeed, I think nobody can blame the government for not trying, right? we all see that in recent years, Uzbekistan has done a lot to facilitate trade and to implement facilitating industrial policy. So, and maybe to continue on what you just said, I would like to give the floor to Badreddin and ask him regarding foreign trade, which is his specialty. So Badreddin, if you could give us some picture on what's going on with your WTO accession, what next steps you face, what challenges, what issues, maybe just in general.
Thank you, Alexander. Good afternoon, everyone. Just to facilitate the understanding for the broader audience, maybe I will recall some general facts on the WTO accession. Well, as you know, that this process was reactivated and the negotiation process was accelerated in 2019 when we resumed this process by providing new documents after so long dormancy in the accession process, and we managed within these last 2-3 years to have organized the 2 working party meetings of the member states with Uzbekistan, and we provided, well, the process is very complex, as you know, so it covers not only the sort of negotiation, but also providing necessary documents on the foreign trade regime, all updates on specific, sometimes very technical areas of WTO itself, its rules and agreements. And so this was done, and thanks to the initiative of our president, Mr. Shavkat Mirziyoyev, this process was reactivated. So we also had an issue of setting up the institutional framework, and so we now have very actively working interagency commission by the participation of all the ministers and head of agencies, and also negotiation team. So interagency commission led by Deputy Prime Minister, and negotiation team is led by me as Deputy Minister. And also we have 10 specific thematic working groups on the expert level who are working constantly. Well, so we have working hard to advance in this process as soon as possible, and this accession is reflected in the development strategy for 2022 to 2026 of New Uzbekistan. As you know, the 100 goals, so goal 97 is accession WTO. So that's why we are now working hard and also proactively with all the stakeholders, namely, you know, the member states. WTO is a member-driven organization, so you have to negotiate, but also you have to keep in mind the harmonization of your legislation with the WTO rules and agreements, and also negotiate with member states on specific issues like trade in goods, trade in services, on domestic support of agriculture, and many other specific issues like TBT, technical barriers of trade, SVS, and also IPR, intellectual property rights. So these are all underway. Of course, we now also in parallel we are developing our programs and projects with the help of the donor countries, donor organizations like European Union, USAID, Republic of Korea, and international organizations like International Trade Center, UNCTAD, and others, helping us in 2 areas. First is to train our Uzbek experts on the international trade and also multilateral trading system norms. And second is to help us to review our national legislation in order to bring our national legislation in line with WTO rules and standards. And well, of course, we have certain challenges as usual, because these challenges are always faced by the acceding countries. So, well, now we are in the very active phase of negotiations. So, of course, as usual, countries face the challenge like finding the right balance between trade liberalization and also supporting the domestic industries, and also supporting the agriculture and those specific areas like intellectual property rights, trade barriers, and phytosanitary measures and other thematic issues have to be kept in mind in terms of liberalization. Well, for that, we have our own plan to address these challenges. First of all, on the issue of these areas like trade in goods and services and others, we are now already started long ago with our international partners making research work on the impact and consequences of specific sectors of economy and drawing up the recommendations how to conduct the negotiation and how to handle this issue with member states. Second is there is a good condition and mechanism in the WTO which exists already for many years. So you can use the status of developing country because Uzbekistan is the, as was mentioned yesterday in the plenary, lower middle income country. So we are entitled to get the status of a developing country in order to get some incentives and some preferences during the negotiations. For example, on those specific issues where we are not fully, conform with the WTO rules and agreements, so we can get some transition periods and some, if you like, some mild approach from member states in order to get some flexibility in terms of the conditions of the accession. Well, WTO is not about only accession, so accession is important, but major work comes after the accession. So post-accession is important in order to implement and to follow all the conditions. So now more we close to the end of negotiations, more we'll be able to get a clear picture on the conditions of our accessions. Well, as Mr. Antonio Nikiforov told about the issues of the subsidies and also the import, substitution, but this issue come up all the time with not only with us, with Uzbekistan, but also with all the acceding countries. So now we are trying to find, as I mentioned, through the research and through the getting the benefit of the developing country to get some negotiation sort of compromise or conditions in terms of accession. Well, we are not fully, completely relying on it, but we are also, as you know, for the last 5-6 years, we liberalized our foreign trade regime. And that's why we are now in a process when we have to also to present this to the membership. And now, next steps, now we have this year in June, we had the 5th meeting of the Working Party. Now we are preparing for the next round of negotiations, namely 6th meeting of the Working Party. For that reason, after the June meeting, we submitted 13 new documents with updating all the areas of what I mentioned on the different WTO agreements, and also 32 pieces of new legislation acts which relates to the foreign trade regime. So it means Uzbekistan is showcasing that its reforms are well underway. So based on that, we will have a next phase of negotiations with members and then scale up the process in a new phase. So hopefully we'll be making this process happen very soon on the membership.
Podridin, and just quickly intervening, but what's your optimistic view on the date?
Well, in WTO, as I mentioned, it's not, I would say, tradition to fix a date because it's a member-driven organization. You never can say that date would be the date of accession. It depends on the conditions of negotiations, conditions of commitments, what Uzbekistan will be taking on the accession. But our plan, our target is well written in the strategy of New Uzbekistan. So we are now in a very proactive and accelerated process. So we are very keen and interested in early accession to WTO in the coming years.
Thank you, Badruddin. Okay, you are not ready even to say a wish to universe regarding the date, but I understand why. And maybe a quick follow-up question regarding your mentioning the foreign trade liberalization. So what specifically is being done to ensure the access of Uzbek produce into foreign markets? If you could, give maybe an example or a couple.
That's a good question. It goes in line, in parallel with double taxation. The notion, the substance of the accession to WTO is the liberalization of trade. So based on that, we have, for the last few years, we managed to make a lot of significant changes in the foreign trade regime. And so what the foreign trade participants want is very clear and simple. So they want liberalized import customs tariff, they want cheaper logistical and transport costs, and also they want to have very fast customs clearance. That's a major sort of requirement, as everybody knows. On that basis, we made a lot of reforms in the foreign trade regime. For example, so our customs import tariff is very in the active mode and phase of liberalization. So we are also having low tariffs on many goods and items, and also several non-tariff barriers were eliminated, like quotas, discriminatory sort of taxes, and also price regulation were already removed and they've been eliminated. And also we are also working on the customs liberalization and also facilitation of the trade as a whole. Again, I will recall to WTO, in WTO there is a trade facilitation agreement, TFA, which clearly involves the customs clearance, customs administration to be very liberal and also based on the rules and standards. So towards this accession to this agreement, we are now, for the last 3 years, Uzbekistan was able to adopt 164 normative acts relating to this customs administration. So, which enabled us now to make customs clearance very fast, and also, for example, now we have created a single window mechanism which allows in the one system 12 authorized bodies in the one system, electronic system, to make the relevant authorization papers immediately. And also we decreased export declaration procedures 3 times, and also import declaration by 2 times. And now we are also working on the access to the foreign markets. As you know, we got in last year in April, we've been beneficiary of the generalized scheme of preference of GSP Plus of European Union, according to which we had an access of 6,200 items of goods duty-free to the EU markets. Of course, we also have a commitment to follow the GSP Plus requirements based on the many areas of the international commitments of Uzbekistan. And also we have, with EU, we have also, for example, completed the negotiations on the Enhanced Partnership and Cooperation Agreement, which involves also trade issues as a whole. And besides, we also managed to conclude the agreement on the preferential trade regime with Turkey and Pakistan. And also we are, as you know, we have a lot of incentives for foreign direct investments. And major strategy of these current reforms are based on the creating market-based economy, and also support the private entrepreneurs, supporting the development of the small and medium enterprises, based on the principles of PPP, and also privatization, which is also key for the reforms, but also for the WTO as well. And also the substantial reduction of state-owned enterprises, what was mentioned by Mr. Nikifori and also my colleague Omanullah. So these are the processes which are well underway, and they are irreversible, and also the work is now in full swing.
Thank you, Badruddin. And it's good that you mentioned a lot of good things. You know, faster customs clearance is something that we're talking with many logistics companies, right? Not only in Uzbekistan, but also in Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, in all the region. And every single one of them notes faster customs clearance in Uzbekistan and the work, the great work which has been done to date. Before I give the floor to, as Amanullah rightly named, Svandik Sultangulovic, the champion of Uzbekistan, I wanted to quickly ask Antonio if he could, speak a few words, relate to what Badruddin just said. Because as far as I know, Uzbekistan is still considered as the country with highest trade costs among its neighbors. So what's, World Bank's view on which primary areas to focus on to even, to further increase trade flows and, work on facilitating industry policy?
Thank you, Alexander. I'll try to be quick so that I will leave time for the other panelists. But let me first re-emphasize what the Deputy Minister just said. I think Uzbekistan has made impressive strides in liberalizing trade since, over the last 5 years, really. As the Deputy Minister said, tariffs have been cut by half from the average MFN tariff rate from about 14% to less than 8%. Trade facilitation reforms, as the Deputy Minister mentioned, really have made impressive progress. I think 9 out of about 30 areas of the trade facilitation agreement have been implemented over the last few years, notably, as the Deputy Minister mentioned, the single window, which is really important, but more generally also the simplification in the custom registration and process, the electronic risk management. So a lot of really critical building blocks in facilitating trade, facilitating exports from Uzbekistan. More broadly, I would also say a sharp the sort of the exchange rate policies have also gone there with the devaluation of the SAM, the unification of the official rate and the black market exchange rate. Again, that helps, obviously, for importers, exporters, as well as all the improvements in the broader business environment. So I think all of these together has also resulted in real impact. So we have seen also that the volume of exports from Uzbekistan has increased very rapidly over the last few years by over 30%, led by industrial and other goods. The share of exports, also the mineral and fuel exports within the total export has halved, showing that there is a lot of diversification also of exports. And also export partners have really diversified beyond what were the traditional partners, with Europe, with Russia, with China, with South Asia, with Central Asian countries. Now we've seen that the share going to other partners has almost increased by 50%. Imports have also increased in volume, mainly machinery, which again is a good sign, transport equipment, industrial goods, and I would say also trading services has increased. Again, as a result of many policies, especially in tourism, but also more generally in transport services. So I think this is the headline. And I really wanted to, again, underscore what the Deputy Minister just said. I think, yes, as you mentioned, there remain challenges. Despite all this progress, Uzbekistan still has the highest average applied tariff amongst countries in Central Asia. So the government knows this, and I think they're moving forward, including as part of the WTO accession process. I think there is also other costs in addition to tariffs, such as excise taxes, VAT, other custom clearance fees, which add up a little bit and maybe could be simplified. And perhaps most important, while there has been a lot of progress on trade facilitation, as the first Deputy Minister mentioned earlier, Uzbekistan has the reality of being a double landlocked country. So there is still a very high cost in trading across borders, compared to the cost of trading domestically because of this geographical reality. So continuing to invest in improving the logistics, the connectivity, I think is key. Which goes to your question, really. I think continuing on the path of simplifying, reducing the tariff rate, including zeroing some products, reducing tariffs, I think that remains important. In terms of I think the connectivity, both the Belts and Roads initiative is something that Uzbekistan can benefit a lot from in our simulations, and it could bring about 13–15% in exports from Uzbekistan. More broadly, diversifying transport and logistic routes. Right now, very much connected towards Iran, towards Russia, maybe looking south also towards Pakistan could be helpful in terms of, again, diversifying and ensuring more resilience in the transport and logistics. And finally, what the Deputy Minister just mentioned, the priority of the WTO accession, I think, as a solid base. So I think the country is very much on the right path. Thank you.
Thank you, Antonio. And as I promised, Vandik Snakulovic, you are leading one of the top corporates in Uzbekistan, the top 10 gold producers in the world. Maybe you can give us some brief intro on the transformation which NGMK is going through, whether this is facilitated by the government policy, and maybe just a few words on the key challenges which you face during the process. So would appreciate a few words from your side.
Спасибо. Добрый день, коллеги. Спасибо, Александр, за представленную возможность вкратце проинформировать вас о проводимой реформе на нашей предприятии. В принципе, Новоенский горно-металлургический комбинат является крупнейшим предприятием в республике и 4-е место по производству золота в мире. На сегодняшний день довел объем производства до $5 миллиардов. И, соответственно, вот за последние 2 года полномасштабно ведут, значит, с нуля работу по трансформации. На сегодняшний день на комбинате приглашены специалисты, которые, значит, раньше работали на крупных передовых предприятиях, горнодобывающих предприятиях мира. Вот. Что на сегодняшний день сделано? Я бы отметил, что первый, значит, внедрена новая корпоративная структура на комбинаты, которая соответствует современным международным требованиям. Корпоративное управление на ключевые должности привлечены, как я уже сказал, специалисты из передовых компаний мира. На сегодняшний день на предприятии создано управление, именно специальное управление по трансформации для выполнения задач по достижению нашей стратегической задачи комбината. Третье, значит, подготовлена финансовая отчетность, вот впервые комбинатом подготовлены по итогам 2021 года, значит, отчеты соответствуют международным стандартам финансовой отчетности. Она проаудирована, делают туш, и она положительную оценку мы получили. Также, значит, в рамках оптимизации бизнес-процессов внедрена электронная система ведения учета по финансовой отчетности 1С, ERP, управление холдингом. Также отчет по запасам и вся информация по геологоразведочной работе стали готовиться на основе требований международных стандартов, в том числе стандартам Австралийского кодекса ЖОР. На сегодняшний день уже 6 специалистов комбината стали членом Австралийского института горного дела и металлургии. И они получили право подготовить отчеты по стандарту кодекса ЖОР. Также подготовлен отчет по устойчивому развитию за 2020 год и по стандартам отчета глобальной инициативы с участием международной аудиторской компании PricewaterhouseCoopers. Комбинат с 2020 года привлекает кредиты за баланс зарубежных банков для финансирования инвестиционных программ. В частности, в текущем году НГМК впервые привлек долгосрочные синдицированные кредиты средства от ведущих международных европейских банков сроком на 5 лет. С участием, значит, JP Morgan, Citi, Societe General, Credit Suisse и ряд других на сумму 1,2 миллиарда долларов. Кроме того, ведется работа с международно признанными консалтинговыми компаниями Big Four по следующим направлениям работы: оптимизация и повышение эффективности операционной и инвестиционной деятельности. Также ведет работу совершенствования сферы закупок и внедрения передовых международных практик в этом направлении. Разработка стратегии цифровой трансформации всего производства и учета. Цифровизация, автоматизация процессов работы с персоналом, подбор кандидатов с международным опытом на ключевые должности, внедрение системы обучения и развития в соответствии с мировой практикой. Путем реализации всех вышеотмеченных задач будет обеспечено поддержание и повышение конкурентоспособности среди мировых лидеров отрасли. Ожидаемые наши результатом всей данной работы является повышение статуса НГМК на мировом рынке, обеспечение возможности выхода компании на IPO, а также привлечение внешнего финансирования на сравнительно конкурентоспособных условиях для финансирования обширной инвестиционной деятельности.
Александр Николаевич, спасибо большое. Вот пользуясь случаем, да, что у нас Бадридин, Амунло здесь сидят, вот буквально, может быть, скажете об одной-двух, я бы даже не сказал там проблемах, там, вызовах, да, вот об одной-двух вот политической занозе, да, вот, которая у вас есть, и которая, вот разрешив которую, да, убрав которую, вы бы могли больше инвестировать в страну и, вот, допустим, нанимать больше персонала, да, расширять производство. Буквально в 2 словах.
Спасибо. Так, я не зря сказал, что именно мы начали трансформацию нуля. Конечно, для нас это все новое. Да, предприятие является крупнейшим не только в стране, также, значит, далеко за его пределами. Но, тем не менее, значит, мы были абсолютно слабые именно в трансформации. В этой связи это трудности. Вот сейчас мы совместно с привлеченными нашими коллегами, которые сегодня решаем. И самое главное, необходимо отметить, что во всех этих вопросах решения этих проблем, конечно, всегда стимулирует и нам помогает правительство и все фискальные органы. Для того, чтобы мы пришли на данный уровень работы, очень много было принято решений правительства и фискальных органов, которые, значит, способствовали, ускорили эту работу именно в этой области.
Okay, thank you so much, Alexander Nikolaevich. I'm also really glad to see here Firuza Khan. Firuza Khan, thank you for making it here. I know it was a bumpy ride. You are a representative from a true private side, a representative of SME. It's good to see you on this forum, and again, it proves the openness of the government to hear the voice of the SMEs. I know that you ate not 1 pound of salt dealing with SME issues on the ground. So maybe you could also, from your side, give us a perspective on some positive developments in recent years, and a few words on remaining challenges in your sector.
Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for being here. As you see, I'm one and only woman here, and also representative of private sector. And I think it's a big honor to represent this, by the way, quite a substantial sector of our economy now. It's growing. And it's growing thanks to the new policy towards business from our government. And I don't want to repeat what Badreddin says and Antonio even confirmed about what's already being done. From my side, and being also a psychologist by my first profession, I must say that for business, what is really important and what is crucial is that its government succeeded in building trust from side of business to government, that there is a strong trend and a consistent trend to create favorable conditions for doing business in Uzbekistan. And I can confirm it. I will not repeat what has been said by Badreddin and by Omanolo and even confirmed by Antonio, that it's done a lot. What business needs, yeah? So it needs simplicity, transparency, supremacy of law, and stability. So we, like also Ivan said that, and then we can build a strategy. And we see that in those directions it's done. I even don't want to name how much it has been done and so how many, let's say, acts have been removed and being already introduced, really to simplify the process of doing business. And trust is important for everyone to start and to continue and to invest. Because without trust, nobody will even start. That's why I think it's psychologically is giving us more freedom, and it's inspiring. And as you said, the proof for that is also ongoing dialogue between president and the government with business society. So finally, we are being heard and listened. And this is really, I think, it's a big achievement. But I think there is always room for improvement, and business always needs more. Huh? You remember probably Money Never Sleeps, that Hollywood movie, when one of the personages was asked, how much do you want? And he said, more. We really want to have more and more in, because there are crucial obstacles which are hindering development, not only of the trade, because trade is only part of economical complex, yeah? And I'm adept of holistic approach for reforming. And the blood for all economy is financing. And the cost of financing in Uzbekistan is suffocating. I mean, it's too high. I don't know in which sector of economy there is such a margin like more than 25% and 24%. And again, there are optimistic signs, because I've heard chairman of central bank, what he said, that there is ambitious goal to curb inflation and to reach a level of 5% annual level. Probably then it will be much easier, yeah, to do it. But I think that's, I think government and Ministry of Finance have to think about how to make affordable rate and the long-term loans, because we still have difficulties to have an access to that. And of course, the taxation system, I think it's, I'm not the first one and I'm not the last one who is talking about this, yeah? Because import VAT, 15%, it's far too high. You didn't earn anything, you didn't sell your product, but you already have to pay, which is, again, for business to take out it from the turnover, such a big amount of money, it's a death sentence, okay? So that's why I think this is from side of the real business. I think it's, I'm doing it for 28 years, and it's much easier now. It's every day we see that it's the FGF tables of rigid regulation, which we inherited from the previous regime, is being cleaned every day. We are witnessing this, and this is, thank you very much, and that's why we are optimistic in looking for the future. And whenever we become a member of WTO, I think it will be even more easy. I am not afraid of this word, easy to do business in Uzbekistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Firzahon. I think those were pretty warm and kind words. And yeah, you raised a very important topic of building trust, which the government is actually managing very, very well. Tariq, I know we're running out of time, and I'm actually letting down my infra colleagues who will have another session here. but we've been late due to lunch, so I think we have another 10 minutes for sure. So if you heard something which you can relate to, we would appreciate, a few words from your side. Maybe also some words on special economic zones on which you specialize. Yep, thank you.
Thanks. I think there were a lot of discussion on policies, how to enable trade, enable growth, WTO accession. And I think I would say the special economic zones fit really well. Because there is a definite correlation between how you design special economic zones and the success in terms of jobs, exports, and growth. And just in the past 6 years, or between 2014 and 2020, there has been more than 1,000 zones created globally, which is like 20% of all the zones. There are like 5,400 zones in 147 countries in the world, generating 67 million jobs. So it means that this can be like growth poles. This can be really engines of growth. And there are things, and I think I've liked what Madame said. It's a trust. So, the businesses need transparent and clear regulation. So same with the special economic zones. You need a transparent and clear regulation. You need a strong special economic zone authority. But you also need to allow private sector in, which is, for example, not the case now in Uzbekistan, where the zones are government owned, managed, and built, while best practice examples would basically allow private sector to build and operate a zone under the government control. And that basically foots the bill, because then it means that 75% of the cost is covered by the private sector to develop the zone. 25% is only government to build the infra. So this also gives you the FDI you want. And at the same time, the zones can be have spillover effects. If we want to develop, local supply chain, export value chains, this can all link around special economic zones if developed properly. But also it means that we need to allow private sector long-term tenure, not like 30 years, but 49 or more years to manage the zones, and then let them operate. Trust, flexibility. The private sector trusts the private sector. If you have a private sector operator who operate, build, and manage the zone, then they will bring tenants. They will work on bringing tenants, and then they will build their relationship and work with them. So that's one of the things that you can do. And look, the good examples are, there are many good examples around the world. You have Dubai, Jabal Ali Free Economic Zone. You have Tangiers in Morocco, Howard, SEZ in Panama. You have Aqaba, Jordan. Philippines Special Economic Zone Authority did a very, very good job. But also you have, if you look at it, Ethiopia, Turkey, but not the original, the way it was done in Turkey, but how it's done now. Haiti, Tanzania, there are all good examples where government realized that there is a role for private sector to play and allowed private sector developer operators to come to develop operator zones with the government control and the regulation, but then allow them flexibility to operate the zone without dictating every single aspect of the zone. You're managing and operating the zone, we can let you run it. And I know that Ministry of Foreign Trade is actually engaged in changes to the current regulation of special economic zones, aligning it with the good practices. But I'm just saying this specific aspect might be a bit orthodox. Talking about trade might not be the first thing to come to your mind. But the zones can be the growth poles, can allow for export, building of the export value chains, and definitely attraction of FDI.
Thank you, Tarek. I think that was actually a very good summary of what we tried to achieve by discussing trade and industrial policies today with colleagues from the government side and from the private side. Uzbekistan has actually all the right ingredients. And everybody here confirmed that even despite all the issues which Uzbekistan and every other country faces in the world, geopolitics, recent COVID, Uzbekistan is opening up, trade is being liberalized. So, well, I personally see a very bright future for the country. Plus, we have, which is an extremely important ingredient, we have the government officials who are ready to openly speak, and as Firuza said, as Tariq said, to build this trust, which is a component which many other countries lack. So thank you so much for this. This is an amazing achievement.
Well,
yeah,
Uzbekistan has all ingredients for success. Just it takes time to cook good plov. So.
It always takes time to cook plov, exactly.
And, Sandra, you asked about the dates of the accession, but as I said, we are in a very accelerated phase. So it means it will be as soon as possible. With all the liberalization, with all the reforms, including on the special economic zones, what we are doing with now 22 zones, but we are working on the, raising the effectiveness of these zones. And of course, all the reforms will be continued and they're reversible.
Thank you, Badreddin. I think we have maybe even less than 5 minutes, but still some time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience for any panelist. Yes, please.
Do you have audio? Good afternoon. My name is Akram Isanov, New York University. First, I would like to comment regarding international trade. Any trade liberalization is costly. There would be winners and losers. So when you open up for international trade, obviously you have to think about also how to compensate losers. If you don't compensate properly, there would be social tension. There would be impact, direct impact on employment and other social issues like inequality. So that's why before going to opening up international trade, you have to think before you have money and you have proper institutions to do so. And second thing regarding industrial policy, there are still lots of debate going on in the profession, in economists, and some think that institutions are far superior than industrial policy. If you create or improve quality of institutions, then you don't need industrial policy. While other part of economists think, no, it takes time, and also with institutions, there's still need for implementation of industrial policy. So regarding now industrial policy, one more thing, today's industrialization process is taking very different shape than what has happened 50 years ago, because premature industrialization is taking place right now. So instead of rising smokestacks manufacturing sector, what's happening, urban services developing in today's this fast growing countries. On the other hand, agricultural services also developing. Good thing with this developments is that this kind of development showed the productivity in those areas, it's comparable with manufacturing sector. Only bad thing with that, 50 years ago, used some industrial policies, they are not relevant to today's world. So that's why as a government, if they want to this kind of industrial policy, they have to choose which one do you want, just in Uzbekistan, this industrial service sector or agricultural service sector. If it's manufacturing, it's another issue, but it's not happening right now. So regarding international trade, so it's a good thing. Government is trying to become a member of WTO. It takes time, and it also takes some skilled negotiators. There's no just strict rules. You have to this one, that one, and you will become member of that organization. Depending on your bargaining power, there would be, you can get protection 5 years, 9 years, for instance, in Chinese case, in Russian case. So you have to ask it. Slow developed countries, usually they have more time to just, after becoming a member of WTO, World Trade Organization, still you have some sort of tariffs in place, you can protect your economy, and you keep in place those subsidies. So that's very important to keep in mind how to negotiate this one. And another issue is also what's happening right now in the world because of just President Trump's policy. World Trade Organization badly weakened, and another approach right coming, multilateral or regional trade blocs emerging, multilateral trade agreements. Their gross impacts are greater than becoming member of World Trade Organization. So think about regional blocs, others, if it's hard to become member of World Trade Organization, so you can choose that path.
Thank you for this
Thank you very
comment.
much.
And actually, Badruddin mentioned that Uzbekistan is not just bluntly accepting WTO rules. He's saying that that they are negotiating and they will make sure that all the needed preferences are there, not to destroy Uzbekistan economy. Because you're absolutely right. And Antonio also mentioned that it's not an easy task to marry open trade and industrial policy, if it's needed at all. And there is a debate in the economist community on that. Thank you. I think we can close this session. Thank you very much for the participants again, and looking forward to see you soon.
thank you very much for coming to this session on infrastructure. We are going to talk about the potential, unleashing the potential in infrastructure development here in Uzbekistan. It's my great honor to be able to moderate this session. I'm Matthew Jordan Tank. I'm the Director for Sustainable Infrastructure Policy and Planning in the EBRD, based in London. So it's great to be here in Uzbekistan. It's a wonderful country, and I'm always happy to visit and see just such great progress every time I come. So we have a great panel for you that we've assembled. Let me do some very quick introductions. And very good, our final panelist is joining, so just in time, thank you very much. So let me start with Mr. Odilbek Isakov. All of you, I think, know him. He's the Deputy Minister of Finance, working very closely on all of these issues, so thank you very much for being here. Mr. Jasurbek Choriev, Deputy Minister of Transport, thank you very much for joining us as well. A lot to discuss in the transport sector, of course. Then we have two distinguished representatives from the private sector. To my left is Hussein Arslan, Chairman of YDA Group from Turkey and an active investor in infrastructure, so it's wonderful that you're here as well. And we have Remy Hassan Forder, who is the Director for Eurasia region for Meridium, private sector investor. So thank you, Remy. We now have the final three panelists are all from the IFI, so we have great representation here. Let me start with Ksenia Rogan, who is a Senior Investment Specialist from the Asian Development Bank and a good friend as well. Alexander Rogashevsky, my colleague from the EBRD, who's Associate Director for the Infrastructure Eurasia team here with EBRD, as I said. And then finally, Hayat Ochinir, I hope I pronounced that okay, Regional Infrastructure Upstream Lead for the IFC. So it's great that we're all here together. So we have a big panel and a lot to say across these kind of three different groupings, if you will, the government, the private sector, and the IFIs. And I think we're really here together because there's a lot to do together, frankly. So let me start off with my first question, which will go to the Deputy Minister of Transport. And I want to get into sort of the issue of transport and its relationship to economic competitiveness of Uzbekistan. As has been noted in the Global Logistics Performance Index, Uzbekistan has a very ambitious plan to move up that ranking by 2030. Deputy Minister, could you outline for us the government's strategic plan to achieve that goal?
Thank you, Mr. Matthew, for your question. And I'd like to say it's been a great panel sessions before, and transport was on the area of focus, and how it's recently and for the last few years been impacting the economic growth and development, especially on the region. From Uzbekistan side, we've been paying a lot of attention to improve our transport sector. As you know, LPI is a Logistics Performance Index. It's a performance-based indicator which is evaluated each 2 years by World Bank. And our last evaluation was in 2016. And since then, by 2020, we moved up by 19 points. So from the 118th to 99th place. So there was a great achievement on that part. And for the next upcoming evaluation, I'd like to say that due to the pandemic, the evaluation for somehow was delayed. And we expect that our indicator will even be better this time, because we have worked a lot on the 5 criteria out of 6. And on the biggest drop we observed on the customs clearance procedures. But as anybody can say openly, it's transparent that today our customs procedures and efficiency and the transit time on all of our international borders has been so much developed, and we observe state-of-the-art technology. We see very short transit time, the checkups. We also see implementation of digital documents and so on. But in regards to future development in the strategy, we have drafted a policy or a strategy for ourselves for 2022 and 2026. And by 2026, we will pay attention to all of the aspects of the indicator, that including efficiency at customs clearance, improving the quality of transport infrastructure. As you know, the infrastructure development has been a key in improving our economy, as well as by attracting investment, by efficiently using our budgetary funds, and of course by renewing our transport fleet and PPP projects. So PPP projects will probably play a greater role in our improvement for the next 4 years. And the other aspect is the simplification of international transportation and organization of competitive prices. We constantly talk to our partners, our neighbors, and international partners on leveling or balancing our rates, because we do see that by giving them same level of encouragement or stimulus, and we also get the same effect from our partners and neighbors. And that's also very important for us, because being a double landlocked country, we do have to pay attention to the decreasing the transport cost. And sometimes when the value of the commodity is not necessarily high enough to compensate through the transport, we have to look through the modes of transport where the transport cost is still high, but we still have to work on reducing them. And the great effort has been paid, especially for the last 3-4 years. And the other point is, of course, improving the quality of logistics services. I can honestly say that there are many modes when we do transportation, and there are also players in this market where services are provided not necessarily by the transporter itself, but there are a lot of expediters. There are 3PLs, 4PLs, 5PLs, and they also have to get access to the manufacturers in Uzbekistan. They have to show their credibility, their efficient mode of transport, the connections that they can do, and the services they provide. So that, of course, requires creating new services, facilities, logistics centers, not just logistics, but the multimodal logistics centers. And last two is tracking of freight. Tracking has been always a point of interest, because anybody who manufactures goods, they want to see where their cargo is. They want to have the full visibility and of the location of their freight. And when there is a safety provided by tracking, then we create trust, we create credibility, and of course the improvement of the service. And as I said, it's a timely delivery of goods. Timely delivery of goods has been #1 factor now, not the price. And we've seen for the last 3 years where somebody wants to send a good, they don't ask for the price, they ask for the time. How long it takes for me to get my cargo in from point A to point B. So when we improve those criteria, then we of course will achieve one of the milestones of the main components of the transport delivery. So those are the main areas that we will essentially focus for the next 4 or 5 years. And I believe our LPI will probably not only be #1 in the region, but we believe on the greater area itself. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much. That was a very comprehensive vision for what you're planning on doing and what you're already doing. And I think, you know, you touched on the private sector, the public sector, how they work together. And you know, it really is all about efficiency and making the economy really hum, make it work. So continuing with that theme of both the public and private sectors, Odilbek, I wanted to turn to you. The Minister of Finance, of course, it's PPPDA, the development agency for PPPs, has developed a very ambitious $14 billion pipeline across several strategic sectors. And at the same time, Uzbekistan is also making public sector investments, working with its national budget, the MDBs, the DFIs, the IFIs, amongst many other sources. Can you tell us how this private and public sector investments, how they fit together? What are the synergies between the two? Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. We have been investing in our infrastructure using public resources for many, many years, mainly financed by the budget, whether it's roads, airports, and other infrastructure, power lines and network rail and what have you. PPP concept is new. The agency was established in late 18, about 4 years ago, and projects we started doing from 19, and we've been developing our capacity over the last 3 years. Mainly in the power sector, we've had some good results, which I think my colleagues discussed in earlier panels today. Now the focus is infrastructure, roads. So in that 14 billion, we have roads, 2 large roads, Tashkent Andijan and Tashkent Samarkand. Tashkent Samarkand is like London to Manchester, if I can use this, in terms of the importance of the 2 cities for Uzbekistan, probably the same importance in the UK. And this is where we are focusing on in the next phase of our PPP projects. And of course, schools, something we have never done on the private PPP basis. Hospitals, kindergartens, university dormitories. Over the last couple of days during this forum, we've signed several of these deals, you know, transaction advisory services agreements with various companies and banks to start doing those projects. Therefore, going back to your question, we've been doing public investments for many, many years, and we have the skill set, we have the established system of how the public investments, the pipeline of public investments is formed, and how it's prioritized, and how then the money will be allocated to the specific public investments. But it's never enough. According to the most recent report, to reach our SDG targets by 2030, we need to spend 8.7% of our GDP on infrastructure. So that's the additional number. That's about $6 billion, and it's growing. So the $14 billion pipeline that you talked about is complemented by another, let's say, $10 to $15 billion of public investments. And then, of course, we are some of the large infrastructure projects are also financed by the loans that is provided by international financial institutions. So that's another $10 billion in the next 5 years. So overall, the infrastructure pipeline, together with PPPs, budget and loans, is about $40 billion, and it's growing. As the economy is growing, the budget is growing, and we are growing that investments, and this is the governments from the very Mr. President himself and his team are focused on delivering, because infrastructure is key for the development of this country. It's key for accelerating the growth. It's key for human development. It's key for many, many aspects, and that's why infrastructure will play an important role. So what we are doing right now is at the Ministry of Finance, we have opened a project office on project public investment management. And PPP to some extent is a public investment as well, because obviously some of the PPP projects are funded by the government, availability payments are paid by the government. But it will bring a lot of private sector efficiency into these projects. And in some cases we take, let's say, we provide government support to some of the projects, and that's another contingent liability that we need to take into account. So there are a lot of these things that we are currently discussing with World Bank, with IMF, with Asian Development Bank in terms of increasing our capacity so that this $40 billion that we will be doing in the next 5 years, and probably more, will be complementing each other, right? And making sure that some of the very important infrastructure needs of this country is met at fiscally responsible way. So that's the biggest task that we'll be doing as we are also implementing projects.
Excellent, thank you. Yeah, and I think you're talking about levels of investment that, that it's very sizable. It's sizable, and it's a huge responsibility. And I think you're right to really have a planning system gearing those pipelines up and delivering and having the capacity to do that. So, and they do indeed work together. So thank you. Let me turn now to my fellow IFI colleagues. It's great to have you all together. And let me pose a question to all three of you, a common question that I'll ask you to answer in turn. So each of your institutions obviously plays a very important role in supporting Uzbekistan. And this is about, economic growth. Infrastructure is a key ingredient and a key enabler of that. But you also have a varying mix of areas of focus and structures that you use. Can you describe how each of your institutions kind of looks at infrastructure investments? What are the drivers for those investment decisions? How do you see Uzbekistan's investment needs over the next period? In other words, what are your sort of, the prism through which you look to be able to make investments in infrastructure? And I'll ask ADB, Ksenia first to start, followed by Sasha from EBRD, and then finally Hayat. So, Ksenia.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in Samarkand in these wonderful facilities. And I think we've just heard from Mr. Isakov that the needs are humongous. We are talking 40 billion, right? And I think it's important that the government understands that those are high-level, high-quality, complex, knowledge-intensive investments, not just any FDI. And this is exactly where the IFIs, including ADB, come in. ADB, Uzbekistan became part of ADB in 1996, and first office was opened in 98, and over the past 25 years, over 11 billion was committed to Uzbekistan. When we look at each investment, we look at it through the prism of additionality. And what I mean by that is that we have to ensure that development institutions are not crowding out commercial funding, that when we come in with something additional, whether it's a longer tenor or local currency, you name it. But we have to ensure that we do not crowd out, and we come in and fill in the critical gap for something that's not readily available at reasonable price, on reasonable terms on the market. At ADB, we look at every country, and we have a sector strategy. For every sector, we have a country strategy that's revised every few years for every country. And on top of that, we have now this 2030 strategy, and that has 7 main pillars. And those pillars are poverty, gender, livable cities, governance, regional integration, and finally, the most important one is climate change. And this is how we are looking through every investment, trying to understand where exactly it fits and why are we doing this. Traditionally, ADB was known for financing sovereign projects only. Now this is changing, and it is clear that those 40 billion cannot be addressed unless private sector rises and provides additional financing and brings this financing into the sector. The message I want to leave you with today is that despite economic and geopolitical challenges that we face today, the liquidity is available. It just needs to come at the right time and on the right terms. Thank you.
Very well said, and thank you for stepping us through, the evolution of ADB, and I think we'll come back to that, but I think that's absolutely true. I've been in IFIs for longer than I want to say, 23 years now. Not all at EBRD, but previously in Latin America, and that shift, as you said, from sovereign into private sector structures supporting PPPs, it's a very important evolution. So thank you. Sasha from EBRD, let me ask you the same question. How do we look at projects generally and the public versus private mix, et cetera?
Thank you, Matthew. So I think that we all agree that investment needs of Uzbekistan are huge. When we meet Minister of Transport and Mr. Cheryev, we hear that it's critically important to build a new rail line between Samarkand and Tashkent because passenger trains, they limit the movement of cargo trains. When we meet Minister of Utilities, we hear that in rural areas there are some villages or even small cities where there is no running water. When we meet State Ecology Committee, they say again and again that all landfills in Uzbekistan are full and they need to build new sanitary landfills, otherwise there will be lots of dumps. Finally, regions, they are very interested in electric buses projects because they look at Tashkent, where Tashkent electric buses project was a very big success, and we recently met Tashkent bus company. They said it was a tremendous success. So the investment needs are huge. But of course, it's a very complex task for the government to prioritize investments and put together a list of projects that could be financed by IFIs, by donors. And Matthew, you asked about the key drivers for investment decisions. So in EBRD, investment decisions are based mainly on those high-level priorities identified by the government. But of course, at the same time, we have our own preferences. We want, as EBRD, finance more private sector transactions. We want to reduce our exposure to sovereign lending. In the end, this is part of EBRD mandate to develop private sector. And in fact, I remember when I moved here to Tashkent 5 years ago, my management instructed me to find some bankable, sizable private sector transactions in the transport sector. And unfortunately, I couldn't find anything. I'm still guessing why it's the case for such a big country as Uzbekistan. Maybe it's my problem. Maybe I'm not a very capable banker. I didn't find those projects. But I think we all should acknowledge that private sector is not very well developed in Uzbekistan. So I think that we all should support what Ministry of Finance and PPP Development Agency are doing in promoting PPPs, because at the end of the day, private sector is the future of Uzbekistan, and this is the case it's true for any country in the world. So I'll stop here, Matthew. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Sasha. And wonderful honesty, but it's these are complex projects. I mean, moving across that spectrum is a challenge. But I think we, as Odilbek pointed out, and the minister, Deputy Minister of Transport, there are these opportunities now for private sector investment in transport as well, and they're coming, and it's an exciting time. I think it's the right moment. Okay, good. Hiya. Finally, turning to you, same question, how IFC sort of looks through that prism for its investment decisions for Uzbekistan.
Thanks, Matthew.
So I wanted to start with what we've heard during the last 2 days. So during the last 2 days, there was this, we've been hearing about how Uzbekistan has been successful in implementing the reforms that have led to this huge PPP pipeline. And as IFC, we are committed to help Uzbekistan in delivering this PPP program. So in the, as you know, IFC is part of the World Bank, but IFC is really focusing on private sector solutions. And in Uzbekistan, we've played a key role in the infra space through 2 main pillars. The first one is is through advising the government in structuring PPP tenders. And the second one is providing long-term financing to private sector and project companies, mainly in the. I mean, I can give an example in this solar sector and renewables. But as we all know, the infra-bankable projects are quite rare, and this is why IFC has decided to create a new resource called Upstream, which has nothing to do with oil and gas, but the objective is really to create investment opportunities, engage early on in projects to kind of reduce the risk of those projects and unlock the market and bring private sector to areas where they would not have come if there was not a first support. So basically, this early engagement can be of 2 forms. The first one is advisory, but to the private sector. I can give an example, is that, for example, we provide comments on documentation in a tender process to the potential bidders to enhance the bankability and anticipate lenders' requirements. That facilitate the lending process and reach financial close easier. The second part is what we called collaboration and co-development, where IFC plays a role of co-developer or co-sponsor by investing early risk capital in some projects, and we use that in like complex projects or pilot projects where they need concept proof. So we need to prove the concept, so we inject some capital to help in those areas. So yeah, this is how IFC is working in Uzbekistan, and we are trying to develop our upstream engagement in Uzbekistan.
Very good. Thank you. And I think that product that's coming now, the co-development, is another interesting new niche where, you know, there are many pieces to this puzzle, and it is interesting to see how that will develop, including here in Uzbekistan. So thank you. Okay, we've all spoken a lot about the private sector. Now let's finally turn to the real private sector guys on the panel. So Remy, my old friend from Meridian, you all are very well known for having real appetite in emerging markets, emerging market PPPs, infrastructure across many different kinds of sectors, renewables, transport, urban mobility, water, et cetera. The list goes on. Uzbekistan obviously is a country of tremendous potential. But I'd like to understand from you, if you could, for the audience here, what are the key ingredients for Meridian to make a positive decision to, you know, prepare a proposal, which takes a lot of time and money and wherewithal, and you have to be very, very, you know, certain about what you're getting into. What are the key elements that you guys look at when you're looking at a specific investment? If I can get you to sort of focus on that for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. I think there are three elements, 3 parts of that response. First, it has to be within the mandate of our fund. Our fund is unique to some extent in its mandate because we are focusing on greenfield, transformational, sustainable infrastructure, and we do that for the long term, which means that it has to be new new investment in greenfield. It has to be transformational. Transformational for us is that we have put SDG at the core of our vision, and where it's in a way quite impressive in the last few years, work we've done in the last few years, is that not only it's that we are looking at meeting SDG when we do project, but we are monitoring. So we have this monitoring on each of our projects on how we progress toward meeting the SDG. We have a very strong environmental and social and governance focus, as you know. And sustainable also mean looking at climate change, and we also measuring across our portfolio the temperature of our portfolio, how effectively emission of CO2 would mean that across our portfolio we would be able to meet the Paris Agreement. So when we look at this, we have three sectors: critical public services, social infrastructure, mobility, road, airports, but also light rail, urban infrastructure, buses, and low carbon solution, which could be renewable, but could be also geothermal, could be hydro, could be biogas, biomass. So very, very diversified. So it has to enter into this. And one key important thing with Meridiam is that we are in this PPP, there is obviously partnership. And partnership for us is really important because our fund is 25 years plus. So when we're investing for the duration of the concession. And to that extent, people would say, oh yes, it's great, it's a good thing you say that, it's a good marketing. But today Meridiam have 100 assets since 2005, which means we have not sold any asset in 17 years. So we are here until the end of the concession. And in this partnership, what is important when you look at it is that the project we do is really essential obviously for the government as public sector, but very essential for the population and very essential to meet the need of the countries. So that's why in a way a bit of a strap line. It's why it says Meridiam for the people and the planet, because it's Meridiam for the people and the planet. So that's the first thing. On the countries, our Meridiam Fund Infrastructure, Sustainable Infrastructure Fund 4 covers Caucasus, Central Asia, and part of North Africa. And therefore it's part of what we want to do. But when we look at the country, what is really important for us is a commitment from effectively public authority in doing PPP. And that it's really important for us because effectively we're here for 30 years, so that commitment is really important. And to that extent, the track record to date of economic transformation in Uzbekistan, the fact that PPP is core and part of the development is really important. The fact there is a law on PPP, the fact there is a PPP development agency looking at projects is important. The track record in energy, meaning that project had been done, project had been financed, and obviously all of you preparing project is also very important for us, meaning that it will be prepared at a best of class level as you're doing it. And effectively also obviously the fact that you're financing. And we were saying that it's downstream financing, but it's really important downstream financing. So that's those elements we are looking at. On the project itself, it's the third part. Obviously, we are looking at the allocation of risk. We are looking at, as a euro investor, at whether it's a euro revenue, so the fact that availability payment are linked to foreign currency is really important for us. And then obviously whether it's financeable. So that's why we are really interested in Uzbekistan.
Okay, great. Yeah, and that's pretty convincing. Thank you. You know, and as you pointed out, those ingredients of having a really serious public sector approach, the buildup of institutional abilities, capabilities. You have obviously an investment environment that's ready and to go. And then you have all of this work being done to prepare these projects so that they're investable and bankable. And then this long-term partnership, as you said. So thank you very much. That's excellent. So finally, let me turn to our friend here, Hussein Arslan from YDA. As a Turkish investor, Uzbekistan is obviously extremely interesting for many reasons, but also the deep historic ties of the two countries. I wanted to ask you, when you think about and look at Uzbekistan's economic development and the role of infrastructure investment, where do you see the priorities for yourself, especially when you compare a little bit, if I can ask you, how Turkey developed its infrastructure and what lessons there are and parallels perhaps for Uzbekistan?
Thank you very much, Matthew. Yes, first also I would like to start with being very pleased to be attending for such a unique and a very high level of session. I would like to start with what you said at the end, the lessons learned. I don't think that we can comment on so much because I'm so proud to say that our Uzbek brothers has learned their lessons very well. Because it is the very first time I have been participating in many sessions, many symposiums, but the first time I can see the real meaning of the PPP, public-private partnership. What I'm saying, it's not because of the public side and we, the private sides, are here. I was always trying to convince many governments that we have a missing partner, the lenders. They are our partners also. As Hayat said, it's the long-term partnership, at least 20-25 years. That's why I can easily observe that Uzbek government and Uzbek authorities has already utilized the international experience, and really they are followed by good guidance by IFIs, ADB, IFC, EBRD. And as an investor first, I'm very much hopeful and I'm very much encouraged to see such a scene. Next, about the Turkey's development. As you know, Turkey has developed a lot with the PPP projects by means of the infrastructure, and we have international investors also in our country, lovely friends. But I would like to start with Turkey's background about PPP. It may be very rarely known, it goes back to Ottoman Empire. 1890s, we started the first BOT project, Istanbul-Galata Tunnel, and included by international investors, international financing. Even it has been experienced the First World War, any case of the worst case scenarios, all the risk analysis happened and the contract was stable. This is highly important. That's why I would like to continue with this. As an international investor, documentation, bankability, these are very crucial issues. But on the other hand, I'm saying for the both parties, but as having a role of international investor, we are afraid of, I don't mean Uzbekistan, I'm talking in general, we are afraid of the sustainability of the stability of the public partners delivering their commitments or liabilities on the contract. This is also very much important for us because when I heard all today, there is a magical stick, PPP, everyone is talking about PPP, but on the other hand, there is a big burden on it. And during my private meeting with Vice Minister, I was so convinced and happy to hear that they know what they are doing. They calculate all the liabilities, not only the project's feasibility, whether it is feasible or not, but the liabilities of the government, it increases year by year. Yes, you have the project very soon, but then you will be paying for it. Someone will pay, public will pay. Either the public, the nation, by using a toll-paid road, or as availability payments, the government will pay it. This is the most important thing I would like to say. And also, I observed that Uzbekistan has already more or less finalized the energy part, which is the one of the main drivers for infrastructure. But now, I fully agree with Mr. Chorev. What I observe, you need to immediately improve the infrastructures for the roads, highways, the accessibility of the country, because you are on a very geopolitical important location on the Silk Way, and even historical Silk Way. And it is also important, maybe as of today, nobody cares about the cost, but in the future, I can assure you that everybody will be focusing on the cost per ton per kilometer. It is also highly important. Highways, roads, tunnels, and for sure airports, as having 3 airports right now under our operation, I would like to recommend that please try to facilitate the airport infrastructure, upgrading of the airports immediately, and we are ready to invest for this. And I hope that all this PPP project to be followed by the social infrastructure side also, because it is highly important for, again, the expats, I'm sure for the IFIs or for the investors or even for the foreign workers here, the social infrastructure, how their families will live here. It starts by healthcare. Hospitals are highly critical. And we expect that all these hospital projects would be launched very soon. Because Meridim has great experience in Turkey. We have been developed the first PPP hospital project in Turkey. Hospitals are important by means of political wise, because it is the best aspect, best parameter you touch to the people. You get highly political support, and also by means of the human life, by means of attracting the foreign investor. Because I remember that I've been doing business in Kazakhstan more than 20 years. Unfortunately, still, it is my main concern when I be there to have a traffic accident, or I would be obliged to, as we say, touch wood, I would be obliged to visit a hospital. It's scaring me. It's scaring me. And always I recommend to my colleagues, please be very careful in the traffic, your health, because it is highly important. And also I also expect that all of these infrastructural projects to be followed by the environmental, water, wastewater, and also education, universities, not only the schools, universities, dormitories also. Yes, when compared with Turkey, yes, we also announced a very huge, massive program for the recent years. And at the beginning, I do remember that maybe 10 years ago, nobody was believing in Turkey. And as being the pioneer, pathfinder of these projects, as a poor private sector investor, I was trying to convince all the international IFIs, lenders on the roadshows. But we delivered it. Delivering on time is highly important. And thanks for the Turkish contractors, as being the deputy president of the Turkish Contractors Association, I would like to underline that really we, the Turkish contractors, are so successful. Thanks for them. We delivered everything on time. And thanks for IFIs. Thanks for IFIs. Really, we prepared a good documentation, although we revised it on the way, but at least we have a sustainable, stable contracts. And Turkey's experience, we have completed all of our infrastructure about the highways, about the social healthcare. Now Turkey is one of the best examples in the world by means of the healthcare infrastructure. And so far I would like to say this, if I would remember anything, I would also add, but sorry, last. I like a proverb. Sometimes working with IFIs are secured. But sorry for me, it's too slow. It's too slow. Particularly in such countries, they need it immediately. They need it, I know, I respect for all this process. I'm working with all of you, I know it. For instance, with IFC, we made the first Kayseri hospital project, it took 3 years. By the way, the EBRD airports, it took a bit time. But for the government, I would like to say that when there is appetite, when there are the serious investors, when there is such a good ecosystem, please try to facilitate. And I know that your legislation is also enabling you to perform civis challenge projects also. Please support such projects.
What projects, sorry?
Sorry?
Support what projects? Swiss Challenge.
Swiss Challenge.
Our legislation already has
Yes,
that.
that's why I'm saying that. Although IFIs are looking at Swiss Challenge a bit frustrated manner, as far as I know, but such countries need this. Need very urgent, very fast projects. And finally, I would like to say, really, I'm so happy to be here, and I see such a great success and progress, development in a short period of time. I would like to congratulate you all, IFIs and the Uzbek government. I know very well that I love it. If you wanted to go fast, walk alone. But if you're going to go far, walk together. I already see that you walk together. Congratulations for this.
Well, thank you. Those were excellent, wide-ranging. It was wonderful. I went from history to all the different sectors, you know, the various aspects, including some actually very well-founded criticism, I think, of the IFIs. We are sometimes too slow. I've worked most of my career in it. I think, you know, we need to focus on what's essential, make a decision, and then we need to move forward quickly. I think there does need to be more of a sense of urgency to what we do. So good.
Can I comment to some of
Yes,
the...
Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. Yep.
If you don't mind. Hussein Bey raised very important points, especially the last one, the speed. Speed of implementation is when we in the government discuss projects and sources, how to finance these projects. Always we get complaints from our colleagues that if we do PPPs, it's too slow. Or if you do PPPs based on the tenders, it's even slower. So let's do direct procurement or direct this, direct that, which we always don't like. And at the same time, Swiss Challenge is like a segue between the two, basically. Sometimes decisions are made in favor of public investment or budget financing of particular project, because obviously speed is of the essence. And especially for Uzbekistan, when during the first 25 years of independence we didn't invest much on the infrastructure. It's only now that we have large investments going across different sectors and from different sources. And Matthew, if with your permission, I would also like to ask, we have Mr. Nazarov Azamjan here in the audience in the first row. Involve him in the conversation because he is the first Deputy Minister of Water Resources. And when we talk about infrastructure, we look at the power, the grid, the road, railways. We don't think about the water. But in a country like Uzbekistan, water infrastructure is very important. Important for agriculture, food security, and in general development. And this commodity is becoming scarcer and scarcer with the climate change. So maybe Azamjan Aka will, perhaps you also brief the audience about some of the projects that, PPP projects or other infrastructure projects that your minister is in charge.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. As Mr. Isakov mentioned, the Ministry of Water Resources is one of the important organizations, especially the water resource management in the country. We irrigate more than 4 million hectares of area. And without irrigation, agricultural sector has difficulties. So most of the irrigation or water infrastructure has been constructed during 60s and 70s, and out of which, out of 4 million hectares, 60% is irrigated through pump stations. These are the large, unique pump stations which were designed, built during the Soviet time. They are not available off the shelf to replace them. So most of them are more than 40 years in operation. So we are in a position to take the water from the rivers, Amudarya and Sirdarya, other transboundary rivers, and deliver to the farmers, deliver to the utilities and other sectors of economy by reducing, reducing the loss during the transportation. Of course, it requires a lot of resources. The money from the state is spent for these activities. So now it's coming to the time that energy costs are rising, so infrastructure is all that it needs for rehabilitation. As Mr. Isakov has mentioned, our ministry has several IFI projects. Some of them already implemented. We are still implementing some, which are spent for replacement of this big infrastructure. At the same time, in 2020, when we develop our strategy for water resource management by 2030, the concept of PPP was introduced. So for us, it was new. What kind of PPP in water sector? This is irrigation water, which is free for the farmers, and there is no business case. However, with the help of the colleagues, we have now around 100 PPP projects. Most of them are small, but a couple that are big ones. The small projects are mainly, we are giving to the private sector these pump stations or irrigation canals that irrigate water to the particular farmers. Since the last couple of years, the agricultural cluster industry, when they become, so now the clusters are taking responsible for the bigger area, so they are interested to take the operation mode of our irrigation drainage infrastructure and invest in them and to improve the efficiency. And two big PPP projects we are working with Ministry of Finance and PPP agencies. We have, as I mentioned, these big pump stations consume a lot of energy. But at the same time, there is a lot of land available around the pump stations, which is for operation procedure, where the private sector is interested in installing the solar power systems to generate electricity, then sell it to us for running these pumps. But at the same time, during the negotiation, we were able to agree the private sector to invest on rehabilitation, renewal of the pumps. So big pump, around 16 big pumps are now selected. The private sectors are interested. We are now developing the feasibility study. At the same time, developing all the paperwork for the PPP activities. And soon we'll be announcing this infrastructure for tender, and the private sectors are interested. So hopefully these projects will be both useful for the private sector because they will have some business. At the same time, for us, for the public, we will renew our infrastructure, at the same time deliver the needed water resources on time. Thank you.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for that intervention. I'm glad we had that, because water obviously water management is absolutely critical, and indeed, you know, PPPs in water are doable for irrigation, et cetera, and it's great that you brought that to the conversation. Thank you. Odubek, a quick point of order. How much time do we have left? We started a bit late, but...
We started a little bit late, and our closing plenary is in 10 minutes.
Okay.
So shall we wrap up in 5?
Yes, let's...
So we can get to the closing plenary
That's right. Okay, good. So we've got 10 minutes. I wanted to give the word back to Deputy Minister Churiev. Obviously, you were speaking about the road sector. You mentioned that the big Tashkent-Samarkand road, PPP, that we have the privilege as EBRD to be helping to prepare for you and your sector. But of course, in terms of connectivity for the entire country, the secondary road network is extremely important. Could you talk a little bit about how the ministry is going about improving the quality of the secondary roads to reach the smaller towns and villages, et cetera?
Thank you, Matthew, for the question. If you allow me, I'd like to elaborate a little bit as a response to my colleague on my right, to Alexander, when he used the word bankable. There are so many bankable assets, but they're also very much valuable to our government. And as my colleagues also mentioned, PPP idea or concept is very new to us. And not only new, it takes time to be prepared. It requires evaluation, analysis, and I have to be honest that it's not necessarily the private side is fearful, but the government side is also has some sort of a fear because it's just not valuable, but it's also strategic assets we're talking about. When the private partner is involved, as you all mentioned, we are building not a short future, we are building, looking at the long-term future and going with the right partner and with the right figures is important. So I believe during the last 2-3 years, there was a lot of preparation, a lot of consultation from IFIs, including IFC. And we are at the stage that we're about to announce many projects which will be more than bankable. And as a response for the fear, of course, we have to pass through that fear when we also feel confident to speak at the same level, because we did require time, we did require experience, and of course, specialties on this particular area. So, going back to your question, there are many figures I can give, and I can bore you with that. But secondary roads are very important. If we look at the international corridors or highways, there are arteries, but we also need veins, and there are many of them. We built about 43,000 kilometers of road for the last 5 years. The road transport is essential. We don't have sea access, and when we look at the ground transportation, it's the auto transport and railway. So the railway is taking the burden of sea transport and the rail transport. But internally, for the domestic movement, auto transport takes the leader. So about 80% of the goods are moved by the auto transport, and we of course have to pay a lot of attention to repair, reconstruction, and building new highways. And when you look at the international traffic, the volume or the percentage of the road transport is decreasing to 14% only. So about 80% is carried by rail and much less by the road. But regardless, from the trust funds which are created inside our government, we spend about 100 million a year. It's for the road infrastructure. We also have ADB, who is also helping us to finance some of the projects, which I can say a few examples. One is in Bukhara, which goes up all the way to Beinu. It's an 87-kilometer sector. We have a new project which starts and from the Karshi region up until the Surkhandarya, the Dinau region. Those are the very essential roads and key transport corridors for us, because as you know, as we develop new corridors to the south, the secondary internal roads are also essential. Just the Trans-Afghan corridor that we are speaking or talking about, and we're aiming to build it in a very short future, it has to feed from all the veins. It cannot just go straight from one country to another. So it has to have alternatives, and alternatives are important for us and for the economic development. So there are many numbers and decrees signed by our government and by our president, and transport has become a very essential point and the area of focus. Thank you.
Great. I'm glad we could hear about that, because it is indeed critical. As you mentioned, landlocked the connectivity, the economic prosperity really depends a lot on these local populations of being able to move, but access services, you know, think about education, healthcare, et cetera, and jobs. So thank you. Well, let me wrap up then. We have the big closing in a moment, but I think what I'd like to do is just, you know, take a very short moment to reflect on, you know, the main takeaway for me, which I think really is the fact that, you know, this is much more than just a one-off conversation. This is a deep dialogue that we've established. We have, you know, very strong government support, interlocutors, organization structure, which is obviously represented here today. We have the private sector who, you know, is primed to invest. All of the ingredients, those key elements that Remy and Hussein articulated, they're all here right now. And this is kind of, you know, we're hitting a sweet spot, you know, between the public and private sector. You know, I'm an optimistic guy, and I honestly believe this is a country with huge, huge potential right now in this space. And then, of course, the IFIs are all aligned behind this. I mean, you can see it. 3 of us are here. There are more out there as well that I know are contributing. But the fact that we're all sitting here having this conversation, it's because there's been a lot of buildup to this. It's a real, as I said, dialogue that's ongoing, and it's going to produce and is already producing investments, which is really what the country wants and needs. So with that, I think I'll wrap up, unless Odobek, you wanted to say any final word, but I just wanted to thank everyone as well for all of your attention. It's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matthew, and I would like to thank all the panel participants, our private sector, IFI participants for helping us. As you can see, we have a lot to do, and there is a room for everyone, including private sector advisor after our UPDF is up and running. Thank you very much.